This isn't going to have easy answers, and it isn't going to have quick answers like that. But how can a complicated problem like the amount of crime we have in our society have an easy answer? If it had an easy answer, we would have solved it, right? It's enormously complex. It's overlaid with politics, religion, ethnic relations, racial relations, history, anger, who knows what. And it's very, very hard to think your way through. I've always found that the best way to do it is to, this sounds simple, but to use common sense. Just use common sense. How do you reduce the amount of people that hurt and violate other people in society? There are all kinds of aspects to it. So here in Chicago, Mike brought together a group of 40 or 50 people, some of them on that purpose, some of them for the purpose of talking to people in the minority community about considering voting for Donald Trump, who presents a difference. But that's not the sole purpose of it. And we have two people with us that I've just spent a good deal of time talking to that I'm very impressed with. Imam James Abdul Malik Yates, right here, and Imam Sadiq Haygood, right here. And let me just generally describe what they're involved in, and then it's going to be theirs. They're involved, I think I would describe it as, and they can describe it differently if they want, rehabilitating people. They are involved in helping people that either went to prison and have served short or long prison sentences and trying to make them contributing, healthy members of society, or in some cases preventing the obvious, meaning younger people who are engaged in activities where they haven't been caught yet, but if you just let them keep doing what they're doing, within a matter of, you name it, they're going to be headed for a life of crime. And they have worked for years in this because they've been a beneficiary of some sensible federal legislation. Not all federal legislation is sensible. Not all legislation is sensible. But they've been the beneficiary of it. So I want them to both describe it to you, first quickly, their own little experience, and then what they do, because what they do can be a model for what we can do. And then I'm asking them at the end to give me a message to bring back to Donald Trump, to tell him what they're doing, how they're doing it, and why it would work. Because myself and Mike and many of us would like to see President Trump much more involved in this. And he's asked us to be much more involved in this. So here we go. Let's start with you. Yes. Tell us just a little bit about yourself and how you got involved in this kind of work. And if you put the microphone as close to you as possible, we'll get the best possible result. And you look at the red camera.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, I've been involved in outreach for a number of years. I got started in outreach in the early 90s with an organization. We had an organization called Save the Church of Promotion, as well as United in Peace. So we've been doing the work for a very long time.
In Chicago.
In Chicago. In doing all of the outreach, unfortunately, I gotta admit, I was also in the streets, right? Mm-hmm. Also in the streets, and exposed myself to federal law. 1995, August 31st, 1995, I was indicted. Me and 38 other individuals, we would commonly refer to as the Chicago 39. So in 1995, we was charged and later convicted of drug-related offenses. So while incarcerated,
how long a sentence did you get?
Well, I had 4 mandatory life sentences, a lot of 20-year sentences,
Whoa.
a lot of 5-year sentences.
Now, this is 1995.
This is in 1995.
And how old were you then?
25.
1995, 25, and right now your life is mandatory life sentences.
Mandatory life sentences.
Okay.
Yeah. So 2020, I got out in 2020. So I've been out a little over 4 years.
So what happened in that 5-year period? You go in, you just get convicted of numerous federal crimes.
Drug-related offenses.
Obviously serious, long terms. How do you get yourself out in 5 years? And
No. It wasn't 5 years. I was incarcerated for 25 years.
Oh, 25. Yeah, I'm doing the wrong arithmetic. You went in, what year did you go in?
I went in 1995, August 31st, 1995.
And you came out when?
Around in April 2020.
2020. All right. Now, what lets you out?
What let me out? In 2018, then President Trump, he passed a bill titled the First Step Act. And based upon the First Step Act, that right there allowed me to gain freedom because it changed how the federal system was able to sentence drug offenders. It changed it.
It gave it more discretion.
It absolutely gave more discretion. It gave more discretion. That bill allowed me to, I filed in the court, and the court deemed that it was, that I should be immediately released.
Right. Now, you had already spent
25 years.
20, yeah. Okay, that's a pretty big sentence.
Yeah, it's a pretty big sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, now, what happened when you came out? Did you, as many assume, go right back into dealing drugs, except you were better, more experienced, and more knowledgeable about it because of people you met in prison? That's the common thought of people who don't understand this. Now, I'm not one of those because I spent my life in law enforcement, but I'm telling you that's the common prejudice. What happened to you?
Well, definitely because of influences, positive mentors. My entire time in being in prison, I was either learning something or teaching something for the entire 25 years. And in doing so, when I finally came out of prison, I continued on that path, that course.
Now, what were you teaching? And what well, you were learning, but what were you teaching that you brought with you out of prison?
Wow, a lot of stuff. I taught GED, I taught math, I taught English, I taught Arabic grammar, I taught Microsoft software. They had a few programs in one of the prisons that I was incarcerated at where they taught it to us to teach it to others. So I also taught that. I taught a lot of different things in prison.
So somewhere in that early prison experience, you decided to do something, what I would call positive, as opposed to just getting ready for when you're going to get out and doing the same thing.
Absolutely.
Something happened in your head that said to you, I'm going to use this time productively.
An individual taught me before I went to prison, a mentor, that in the event that something like that took place, right, we wasn't looking forward to it, but in the event, because it's a reality in the inner cities,
right,
that there's a distinct possibility that you may very well end up going to prison for something.
Right.
So I was taught that in the event that took place, in the event that happened, that there were certain things that was required of me that I should do if I went to prison, right? That I should utilize that prison experience as an opportunity to begin to build upon myself, to learn as much as I could so that I could be a more productive and disciplined person, right? In the event that I finally get out. So the first day, 1995, August 31st, based upon that influence, based upon that positive tutoring, I started learning about the law, learning about my case. So it was already embedded in my mind, first and foremost, that I need to learn about my case more or better than anybody in the world. So that set me out. Did I learn my case better than anybody in the world? Probably not, but that was the objective, because I really needed to learn about the charges and the offenses that I was accused of.
Okay.
So in doing that, right, and learning about federal law, I started learning about other things as well. I started to learn about history. I started to learn about science and religion, different languages.
And then at a certain point, when you acquired enough knowledge about it, you started teaching it.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's leave that there.
Okay.
Let's go to the other imam right here, and let's get his experience with the similar situation. How did, first of all, what do you do now? And then tell us your history, how you got there.
Somewhat of the same situation.
Right.
Imam Malik and them, they got indicted after. We got indicted in 1989. I was a part of a 65-man indictment where the federal government used the organization that I was a part of for the first time for what they called street gangs. And they used the RICO.
Tell me again. I think I know this case. Tell me again. No, not that I was involved in it, but I mean I know about it because I know.
Sure.
I know all about RICO, and I remember
we were the first organization.
You're damn right you were. Yeah.
That outside of the mafia.
Yeah.
That the federal government used the RICO Racketeering Act to bring charges
against the street
against us. Yes.
Right.
And so during that case, 90 to 95% of us were found guilty.
How many of you?
It was 65. The Arucan organization.
Of course, El Rugen. And you some got tried, some pled guilty.
Yes.
Yeah.
We all got tried in the beginning. But then we found out about prosecutorial misconduct. That you were giving all the informants conjugal visits with their wives.
Don't say we. I didn't do it.
Not you. But the federal government, the prosecutors, allowed them to have conjugal visits.
Not that it didn't happen a few
with
times.
their wives, giving them drugs and things like that in exchange for their testimony.
Right.
We brought this out at trial because we heard it in the MCC where we were incarcerated.
Right.
But the judge shut us down
in Chicago
because we didn't have no proof. And then it became public. And after it became public, then they started to make plea agreements. All of us were found guilty.
And so what was your original sentence before any changes were made?
I'll put it this way, my pre-sentence investigation report, because we never even made it to sentencing before we got the convictions overturned. But my recommendation was life in prison without the possibility of parole.
So your original recommendation, had the exculpatory information not come out, would have been life in prison without parole.
Yes.
So then what happened?
And so after we found out about the prosecutorial misconduct, the federal government begins to offer us plea agreements. Some of us took them. Some of us, like me, refused them at first. But then they came back with a second wave of a sentence of a plea agreement that was acceptable. And I took it.
And what was that?
7.5 years.
Okay.
7.5 years. And I accepted that. So I spent, you had Malik mixed up with me. I'm the one that spent the 5 years.
Right. That's right. Have you reversed?
After that, most of us got our convictions overturned. There's some still incarcerated today.
On these charges?
On the same charges.
But many by now have either served their time or they've been overturned.
Some have been released. Some are still trying to benefit from that first step program. And And a lot of them have been turned down. They're fighting it right now. And they still haven't been able to benefit from that law. So it's quite a few people that are still incarcerated, over 20.
And you came out, what, 5 years later after that?
1995.
Yeah, that
Got
makes
indicted
sense.
in 89. Stayed on the run for 1 year. Apprehended in 90. And came home in 95.
Now, since 1995, or no, since the time you got arrested, what changes have occurred with you?
A whole lot of changes.
Can you describe them in a way that will be helpful to other people?
First and foremost, you got to turn your life over to the one that created you. That's first and foremost. And that takes dedication. If you put your Lord first and you're serious about it, that's the start. But then after that, you have to be strong enough. You have to be guided enough to want to change. You made a statement out there. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Uh-huh.
And so through influences that we grew up under, my first influence is my father. My second influence is a man named Jeff Fort, who a lot of people, when they hear his name, they're fearful. But they're fearful for no reason. This is a man that taught me many things. This is a man that taught me about community. This is a man that introduced me to Islam.
Mm-hmm. Was this after you were in trouble or before?
It was before.
Okay.
But as Malik said, of course, we were doing things that
Right.
could land us
Right.
in prison.
Right.
And so we went. But then after coming home, now you first and foremost got to return to your roots. If you come from a decent family, you got to turn to the roots of your father and your mother working and things like this.
Did your father and mother work?
Yeah, my father, he's dead. My mother is 89 and still living, and I'm still hiding from her right now.
God bless her and give him my love. And what did your father do?
My father worked at a gas station.
So he was a working. What was his reaction to your being incarcerated?
Hurt.
And did it hurt you?
Hurt.
Did that hurt you?
Yeah, it hurt me.
You hurt him?
It hurt me that I hurt him, and I believe, and God knows best, I believe that I was the cause of some of the stress on my father that took his life.
That's tough.
I really do.
But maybe helpful.
Maybe helpful.
So then how did you, so you made a big turn in your life, obviously. These influences on you originally allowed you to move in a certain direction, but they also allowed you to be involved in drugs. All of a sudden, they became entirely positive. How did that happen? And that must have, did that happen while you were in prison? Did it happen after you came out of prison?
No, it happened while you was in prison. Because if you're in prison, you know that this is not a place where you want to be. Any man that loves prison, there's something wrong with him.
Just keep them there, right?
Yeah, there's something wrong with him. And so, yeah, you go through things in life. They learning curves. And I use a saying, you know, we used to wonder, did a cat have 9 lives? And they say curiosity killed the cat.
Right.
It was because that cat found out that he only had 1 life. Mm-hmm. And that took his curiosity away. And so getting in trouble, that took my curiosity away. I didn't want to know no more. My curiosity was solved that I didn't want to be in prison.
So now you come out of, while you're in prison, what did you do?
While I was in prison, I knew I had an out date, unlike Matic.
Your out date came up, what, quickly, toward the end? I mean, because the act didn't go into effect until sometime. You really didn't know, for the longest period of time, you didn't know when you were getting out, right?
No.
When did you first find out when you were getting out? How much lead time did you have?
A few hours.
And you?
I found out
from the beginning. From the beginning.
From the beginning, I knew I had to do 5 years on 7.5.
That's two really different experiences.
Yeah.
So you were preparing for what you would do when you were getting out, but so were you. You just didn't know when you were getting out. You were preparing for getting out.
Yes, although I had life,
yeah,
I still had that hope.
Yeah.
That I was not dying in prison.
Right.
So I was preparing.
Right.
But didn't know.
Right.
Didn't know until that day that I came home.
So, what were you preparing yourself for?
Preparing myself for a different life. Seriously contemplating, because you know that the streets are waiting.
Yeah, yeah.
We know the neighborhoods that we come from, that the streets are waiting for you to come home.
And extremely tempting.
And extremely tempting. You're making thousands of dollars a day.
You're a big guy. Big
yeah.
shot.
Thousands of dollars a day. And you come home saying that you changed. What do they say? He's scared straight. Give him a minute. Just give him a minute. And I'm sure that they're saying the same thing about some of us right now.
Well, you've been out a while now.
I've been out 30 years.
Yeah,
I think I had a traffic ticket. No, I went to jail one time since I've been home. Because I whooped someone's child. I put a strap on a bully. I had a little candy store and I saw him bullying a kid. And I grabbed him, I took his book bag, and I threw his book bag over the fence, and I made him climb the fence and go and get his book bag to show him how it feels to be a bully.
And what did they give you for that?
They called the police, and the police knew who it was that was being the bully.
And they gave you time? They gave you time for that?
No, they just locked me up for
locked you up.
A day.
All right.
And I told them, well...
Probably the best thing that happened to the kid.
It probably was, because you're going to lock me up.
Right.
For teaching him not to be a bully.
Right.
Because if you leave him out there being a bully, then you're going to be locking him up.
So since you've been out, no real crime.
Nothing.
What do you do? So what do you do?
Well, I was a truck driver. First, when I came home, I worked in a coal yard for the Koch brothers.
So you got a job working in the coal yard?
I worked in the coal yard from 1995 to 2002, I believe it was.
Okay.
And after that, I went to school for truck driving. And after going to school for truck driving, I drove for a company for a couple of years, and then I bought my own truck. Nice. And the rest was history.
And now?
And now, my truck is parked because I don't know what they're doing with the trucking industry.
Right.
But it has crashed. But I own property.
Right.
And so that's a plus. Able to take care of myself.
And you're financially secure?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm 65 years old, so.
You're just happy?
Yeah. I just filed for my retirement.
Good for you. Good for you. Now, that's their story. And it was a beautiful story, and that's enough. Right here, this is enough for a good life. But both of them, in different ways, feel a commitment to helping others. Mm-hmm. Because I think you have to describe both of yourselves as lucky, in a way, because a lot of people, for a whole host of circumstances, things happen to you with your father, and put this in your head. Things happen to you with your father, and the gentleman you mentioned, that put these things in. A lot of people don't have things like this that happen to them. So what are you doing now to see if we can take this unbelievable amount of crime that we have? For generations, we don't seem to have a massive. We have little impacts on it, but we never have a massive impact on it. And right now, it seems to be worse. So, what are you doing about it that you find that's productive? I mean, I know you. I'm asking. I know the answer because you've already told me, but I want you to give it to people. The program you're working with, and why you think it's so helpful, and because this is a program that we can recommend and take a look at it and see can you expand this thing beyond what you're doing.
Absolutely. I think one of the most important things that I'm doing is trying to be an example, right? And showing, because individuals know my history, and they heard the ghost stories. You know, they heard about, you know what I'm saying, me being in the streets, etc. So now I have to provide an example. They looking at me, watch me. I need to be an example to show them, look, you don't have to do this. I did that, been there, done that. You don't have, and look what I'm doing now. So first and foremost. So, and there's a number of different organizations that I'm affiliated with. I have my own organization. Like I told you earlier today, I opened up, me and a couple business partners, we opened up the first and only mosque or masjid in the entire county of Kankakee. It's the only masjid in Kankakee.
What is that?
It's a
mosque.
A mosque for Muslims.
But you put a different word at the end. Not
Masjid is the Arabic term.
Oh, I'm sorry. I never heard masjid.
Masjid.
Mosque, of course. I know many mosques.
Yes.
Do you know that Imam Pasha, who is the head of the Malcolm X Mosque, is a very close friend of mine, and has been for 30 years.
Okay.
So I'm not unfamiliar with mosques
you're not.
and the movement, but I never heard that. Oh, masjid. Now I remember seeing it spelled out.
Yes.
Yeah. So you opened that up first? Is that what you did first?
The first thing I did, I started my own business.
And where did you, and your religious training came from when? In
prison.
In prison, okay.
In prison. Reading and studying and reading and studying and reading and studying.
Okay.
Yes. So the first thing I did, I started a company called Robbins Revitalization Initiative. Robbins is the neighborhood where I'm from originally. And my whole, I had the intention of going back to Robbins once I came home, eventually, is going back to Robbins and trying to fix some of the stuff that I helped to mess up. So I created a company called Robbins Revitalization Initiative, where I would provide or help individual poor homeowners renovate different home projects that they have. Individuals who couldn't afford, get their roof done, their kitchen done. You know, I would sit down with them and come up with some type of financial plan to help them get their renovation projects done. So along with that, Robbins Revitalization Initiative also was attempting to, which I didn't because I ended up going to work for another company, start GED programs at the center in Robbins. Math programs, basic reading, as well as Microsoft software, because that's one of the things that I learned in prison.
You would teach this, or you would bring people in to teach?
I would teach them originally until I was able to begin to hire individuals to come in.
You started a program, education program.
Right. I started it, but then was offered a job at this organization called Iman, Inner City Muslim Action Network. So I became a case manager at Iman, and I'm liking what Iman is doing. Iman is partly for providing a whole bunch of different services for at-risk people. You know, particularly younger men and women in the inner cities who don't have or don't know about the educational opportunities that Chicago provides, housing opportunities, medical opportunities. So Iman is providing all of these wraparound services. So I went and worked for Iman for, I think it was 3 years, right? And assisting the participants, the individuals who came through there, case managing, counseling them, tutoring them. So I continued that after I was no longer at Iman. So now I've created, along with my masjid, right? A similar entity. It's not as big as Iman, but we're doing similar stuff that Iman is doing. Outside of the medical, because we don't have the capacity to do that. It's outside of the housing, we don't have the capacity to do that, but we still can provide education opportunities, job opportunities. We've gotten a lot of younger people jobs, sent a lot of younger people to college and different training facilities to be trained in different things. And this is what we're doing now. This is what I'm doing now.
And where do you get your people from? From the community, from prison, or from both?
Both. From the community and prison. I'm still in communication with a lot of individuals from prison. I was doing a lot of mentoring, a lot of counseling while I was in prison. Still communicating with those guys. A lot of them are getting out. A lot of them have gotten out, and they call me and ask me for advice on certain things, and I would direct them to different things that their neighborhoods may be providing: housing, medical, how to get public aid, you know, if you need it, how to prepare resumes, you know, a number of different services that people getting from people coming out of prison need. So if a person calls me, I'll see exactly what they need, what they haven't been exposed to, then I'll try to direct their attention to those things.
And there are other organizations that do this as well, right?
Yes.
All over the country.
Yes.
Are you aware of them, or are there other good ones? Are there ones that are not effective, and are there some that are corrupt?
I'm pretty sure.
Or a little of each.
A little of each, yeah, sure.
Did I cover everything?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
That's the point. That's the point that I'm getting at. I mean, this is a wonderful idea if it can be done right.
Yes, and I'm not a spokesman for Iman.
Yeah.
But I have to admit, Iman is doing the work. They doing the work. In fact, they had a graduation yesterday where, I mean, the majority of the people or the participants that came through their programs, yes, the majority of them graduated yesterday. Yes.
And they graduated into productive things they'll be able to do.
Absolutely. One of they have a what they call a weekday cohort where the participants learn electric. They learn either learn electric, HVAC or carpentry.
Thank God.
And then they have a program, which I was a case manager for, one of the case managers anyway, where they call them the weekend warriors because they only go to school on the weekend. They go to one of the city colleges and they learn welding, they learn 3D printing, they learn robotics, and a whole bunch of related classes to that. And the college pays for the education. But Iman is the ones who, you know, are preparing for those courses, preparing for help them get through the paperwork and getting into the programs.
Now, tell me about what you do.
You need, just to comment on
Please.
What Malik is saying, you need more of these programs.
Oh, no
because
question.
Sometimes there's a waiting period, and time is of the essence with our youth. The longer that they stay not doing anything, the more likely they are in just that little short span of time to be involved with crime and other things like that.
So it can happen very quickly.
It can happen.
So you take a
very
week
quickly.
off and boom.
That's all it takes.
Yeah, I
That's
would
all it
expect
takes.
that. Very short
But
period.
for me, I've been in the same community since 1972. And I established a masjid in my community. And I tried to get the youth, both male and female, to see that there's a better way than crime, literally. And you have to be on the ground. You must be on the ground. You must be visible. And you must be accessible to the people in your community so that they can see, if he made it, I can make it. And a lot of times, believe it or not, a lot of times, it's hard for them to believe that you made it without a life of crime. And that you have to live with the stigma that he has to be doing something else.
So they really are trying to look behind you, like you had this success, you had that success, but there must be something to it.
You got to be doing something illegal to get there.
I know exactly what you.
And that's something that we have to consistently work towards eradicating.
I'm saying, in the old days, when you probably know that I prosecuted the mafia extensively, right? In the old days, if there was an Italian man, just regular, nice Italian man, and he was very successful and made a lot of money, everybody in the neighborhood thought he was connected to the mafia.
Yes.
The guy might not be able to spell mafia, but they were, and you couldn't convince him he wasn't. I mean, well, to make money, Italian, you had to be in the mafia. Now there were ones in the mafia who made a lot of money and killed a lot of people, a lot of terrible things, but not most of them. But if anybody was, even a doctor, guy is a successful surgeon. They would say the mafia made him a surgeon.
Yes.
I can tell you one thing that mafia never did. The only ones they made surgeons for were the ones where they were going to pull bullets out of themselves. They were not big on making surgeons.
Yes.
But I'm sure that's right. So they look behind your success stories.
Yep.
To see, what really is this? Is this really?
Is
true?
this real?
It is really true. Does he really have a business? Does he really have a truck?
Yes.
Right.
And you need more success story. I literally had the police one night. I was going out. I was working nights. I had a run, and I really got offended. One police officer. I was starting my truck up. Never forget it. He asked me, "You going to pick up your drugs?" I was offended.
How long after your involvement was this?
This was probably, came home 95. I started driving a truck in 2000. I started driving my own truck.
5 years later?
In 2007, I bought my first truck.
Oh, wow.
And he made a statement like that to me. And
Yeah, I mean, it can always live with you. It's amazing.
yeah.
It's amazing.
It's like you can't leave the past behind. I'm not allowed to change. Even when I go overseas right now and come back through customs, my file is still in the computer.
Yeah.
I never make it through customs without saying, "Mr. Haygood, you have to go to this room." And I ask them, for what? For
yeah,
what?
I don't know how we overcome that. That's
Yeah.
That's sort of it's both prejudice and fear of, and then the inability to accept that the human personality can. We all like to say we believe the human personality can change, but many of us really don't believe it can. So it's very simple to say, once a criminal, always a criminal.
Yeah, let me say something to you on that subject. Something that I've heard no politician mention this is that after I'm released from prison, I'm able to vote for you. You want my vote, and my vote counts.
Yeah, you vote for Trump.
Now, okay, but now listen at this. Listen at this. Why is it after? No, I got one for you. After a certain period of time, I'm a United States citizen.
Of course you are.
Why is it that I never ever get back my right to bear arms? Never. So I have to, I must protect myself. You break in my house. I got to have a knife while you got a gun. I haven't committed a crime over 30 years.
Well, I'm going to give you a.
And I don't have a right to bear arms.
I'm going to give you an opinion from a disbarred lawyer.
Yeah, you are.
Disbarred because of Joe Biden. He should be disbarred, not me. But in any event, I think that's unconstitutional.
That's unconstitutional. But nobody fought it.
Here's what I think would be constitutional. If for a period of time after you were out of prison, you couldn't get arms, but after a certain period of time, and I'd say 5 years would be about the most, you should have a right to. You should.
I want to go hunting.
Yeah. Because what the court has said so far is that the Second Amendment right to carry guns is a personal right. It's a human right. It's a right given to you by God.
Yes.
And it says you can put reasonable restrictions on it. A reasonable restriction is not you can't have it for life. And just like you're entitled to a pardon if you've been a good person for a while, you should be entitled to the right to bear arms. I do think in federal cases, if you get a federal pardon, that releases you from that and you can bear arms.
Why do I need a pardon?
Well, you don't need a pardon, but I'm saying I think it does. I used to do pardons in the Justice Department, and I'm pretty sure one of the things that it, because I remember people after 10 years of being out of prison, they wanted to get security work, and they weren't able to get security work because they couldn't get they couldn't bear arms, so therefore they couldn't get a job, and they hadn't committed a crime in 10 years, and they were given pardons, by different presidents. I worked for Reagan doing that. And believe it or not, President Reagan was very generous in giving out pardons. He gave out thousands a year. He gave out thousands a year. He had a very basic sense that people could fix themselves, and that was just as good a chance that a person would straighten themselves out as not. He said, "You never know. I may be making the wrong choice here, but I'm just as likely making the right choice. So why not try to make the right choice?" Extraordinarily good man. Well, I have to thank you very, very much, and I'm going to say one thing that we left out, and I don't want to leave it out. Both of you are imams, which means the one thing that played a very big role for both of you is the one thing that has been excluded from America. Whether you're Islam, whether you're Catholic, whether you're Jewish, whether you're Protestant, they've thrown God out of America. Probably of all the things you mentioned, God, who's the same for all of us. I don't care how you,
No doubt.
I don't care how you relate to him or I relate to him. He's more important than us. He relates to us. We don't relate to him. He relates to us, and then we try the best we can to relate to him.
Yes.
His presence in your life has a lot. I can just see it. I almost wanted to be a priest, and I've studied Muslim religion quite a bit, both academically and also with Imam Pasha, who's a great, great man. Just tell you a little story. In Harlem, before I became the mayor, they had all of these illegal vendors who would sell illegal things that came from China. From China, so China's making all the money, not them. I mean, they're making pennies, right? But they're all over 125th Street. So nobody wants to put a store on 125th Street. And for years they would say, it's racism. They won't put stores on 125th Street because of black people. Meanwhile, in Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn, which is the area I came from, which was black, that had more crime than Harlem, by the way, by a lot. Harlem used to get the bad reputation, but Brooklyn committed all the crime. Right? Nobody would put a store there because they couldn't make any money. The illegal vendors were selling the pocketbooks and the trinkets and even the good jewelry. So you put a store in, you hire 3 people, you pay taxes, and you can't make any money. It wasn't even that you were going to get robbed. Like now, they're afraid because a lot of the crime has come back. So we came up with a program, and I made a deal with Imam Pasha. Imam had a big parking lot next to the Malcolm X Mosque, and he took it and he made it into a market, like a beautiful, old-fashioned Muslim market.
Yeah.
You go back to the early days of
Yes.
Muslim, they'd have markets, great markets, right?
Yes.
And he made a beautiful, beautiful market. And we went one night with the police. We picked up all of them, and we moved them to the market. Took them off 125th Street and moved them to the market. Some stayed and made deals with the imam, who was a tough businessman.
Yeah.
If you were cheating, he'd get. You see, now we had nothing to do with them now. The city of New York didn't have to put them in jail. The city of New York didn't have to collect taxes from them. They belonged to the imam. We turned them all over to the imam. He took care of them. He cut them in half, got rid of the crooks, kept the good people, got a great little market there, and all of a sudden 125th Street ends up with its first Walmart. And Harlem turns around. And that's the kind of stuff that you got to be able to do. You got to be able to work. You got to be able to work.
You got to
with sensible solution, without all these crazy ideas in your head. And what you're trying to do is fabulous. So I'm going to pass this on, and I'm going to see if we can get the boss interested in it. Okay?
Get interested in just.
He will be interested.
I would be wrong if I didn't ask seriously to look at the cases of the 2 leaders in Chicago everybody sweeps
so I don't know,
under the rug.
Honestly, I don't know these cases because I'm not from
Jeff
Chicago.
Ford and Larry Hoover.
Larry Hoover
pushed them under the rug. As
Jeff
if
Ford, I'd never heard of.
They were children when they were incarcerated. Larry Hoover was incarcerated at the age of 20-something.
No, 18.
18?
Yeah.
And Jeff Ford was incarcerated for
So are they like
a Libyan
Frank,
plot when he was 30-something
would they
years
be
old.
to a New Yorker like Frank James and Nicky Barnes?
they would be almost more.
Yeah,
Because they had more. Nicky Barnes and all of them, they were gangsters.
I have to tell you, the truth, you guys may want to just cancel this whole conversation. I ran for president in 2008. Do you know they both endorsed me? They both endorsed me for president. Just recently, Frank James made some very strong comments about how I'm being persecuted. And I'm very honest. Mm-hmm. You know why? Because I stuck with their deal. When it became controversial. My predecessor made a very, very, what people considered to be lenient deal with it. And then they wanted me to reverse it. And I said, we don't reverse deals. When you shake hands with the United States government, you don't shake hands with me because we change. You shake hands with me, and now I'm the United States government. I'm not changing. And they criticized the hell out of me, like they do now, and I stuck with it. And both of them are my big supporters now because I'm honest. Because I'm honest. They said, you know, he treated us honestly, he treated us fairly, and then when he had to take heat for sticking with the deal, he did. So he should be the president.
Man, get those. Look into the.
I will look into the two. I will look into the two of these.
They were children, equivalent. How many mistakes did you make at the age of 30? At the age of 18, especially.
Yeah.
Many. How mature?
You know
how really mature were you at those ages?
Only way I can describe it, because I was very religious then. I used to go to confession almost every other day. So I want to thank you both. You guys are uplifting. I can see how your presence helps these young people, but of course it's got to be more than just I see what you're trying to. You're trying to do what you do on a small scale, or big scale, a scale, and what you do on a scale. And the only way it's going to work is if we do it like that.
Yep.
And we're never going to save everybody.
Yes.
But we can save a heck of
a lot of people, no doubt,
with the help of God.
Absolutely,
no doubt. First and
So
foremost.
which one of the imams wants to say a little prayer when we finish? Time to say a little prayer.
You get the honors.
Abdul Malik.
Who wants
Nowhere
to-
in the world.
wants
Nowhere
to
in
say
the
the
world I
prayer?
would go before. I'm older than him, but there's nowhere in the world.
Say it.
He's still teaching me stuff right
It
now.
doesn't matter who says it. Just say the prayer. We're praying to the same. We're praying to. We come from the Abrahamic religion. Right?
Yes.
We share Abraham. We share.
Absolutely.
Al-Fatiha.
We share Jesus Christ as a prophet.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
mean,
Right.
Al-Fatiha.
Absolutely.
Moses. Right.
In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, all praises be to Allah, Lord of the worlds, the beneficent, the merciful, master of the day of judgment. Thee alone we worship, and thee alone we ask for help. Show us the straight path, the path of those whom you have favored, not the path of those who have earned your anger, nor of those who have gone astray. I mean.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it so much,
We
and we'll be
appreciate
back.
the opportunity.
We'll be back in touch when I get a chance to talk to them over this weekend. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right?
Please do.
All right, and Mike too.
Please do.
And Mike, too.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you.
All right. Appreciate
Hey,
you
Rudy,
too. And I want
put
to
it-
come and see the program.
Put a T on that and not a D.
Fort?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh.
Yep.
I thought it was like the car.
Yep. Fort.
I've heard of Larry Hoover.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fort, I didn't know.
Yep. They got them buried under the
So how
under the
long?
ground.
How long have they been away? 20
Jeff
years,
Ford
30
has
years?
been in prison since 1983.
And Larry's been in prison since 1971.
What? Oh, Dr. Maria says, take us to break. Time for a break.
Hello, everybody. It's Mike Lindell live from Chicago for the Democrat National Convention. We're here with Frank Speech, and for $2, you get exclusive wall-to-wall coverage of everything going on in here in Chicago, including myself going in disguise, shaving off my mustache. You're going to have all the footage right here. You're going to get an email with notice of that when we're going inside the Democrat Convention in disguise. So sign up now, and it's going to be a blast.
Hi, I'm Joe, Supreme Leader of DCF. What is DCF, you ask? We're the best damn sandwich shop in the universe. Do we sell hoagies? Well, we're DCF, and the F doesn't stand for hoagies. We got 9mm sandwiches, we got beastly baguettes, and we toast buns like no other. Looking for training on bun safety? We got you covered, and our Rangers are the best place to test out your new not sandwich. So get your buns out, cause the sun's out, and let's party! We're not actually a sandwich shop.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America! Hello, Mike Lindell here, and I'm welcoming you to the world of precious metals. Congratulations on taking that first step in getting your financial house in order. I think you're making a very smart decision with this, one that could protect not only you and your savings from an unstable world, but your family as well. So go ahead and fill in the information form on this page, and you're going to get a prompt phone call from one of Gold Coast's precious metal specialists. They're going to verify your information. Then you're going to get a free 2024 gold and silver kit sent directly to your doorstep. There's no shipping, no hassle, no nothing. Just a free information kit to help you learn more about the power of precious metals like gold and silver. I want you to do your own research like I did. You're going to be amazed about what precious metals can do for you. I'm excited to be partnering with Goldco. They're an amazing company with an impressive track record. And because you're a fan of mine, Goldco is also going to fill you in on details of how you can qualify for a 10% instant match in bonus silver on qualified orders. Plus, a 1/2 ounce silver Ronald Reagan coin absolutely free for qualified callers. That's right, absolutely free. I mean, it's really a great offer. So congratulations again on taking the first step to protecting and diversifying your savings. Thanks for watching the show, and I'll see you again soon. God bless.
We're a community of proud, fearless patriots who aren't afraid of wearing our values on our sleeve. We are Honor Bound USA, and we proudly declare our declaration to God, family, and country. When you visit our website, you'll find a line of products that embody our commitment to pray, stand, speak, and act. As the official site for the Conservative Daily Podcast branded products, we have t-shirts to hoodies to beanies. We also have the powerful documentary from Professor David Clements, Let My People Go. Explore our collection today, because when you're honor bound, you're not just wearing a brand, you're embodying a lifestyle.
Hello, everybody. It's Mike Lindell live from Chicago for the Democrat National Convention. We're here with Frank Speech, and for $2, you get exclusive wall-to-wall coverage of everything going on in here in Chicago, including myself going in disguise, shaving off my mustache. You're going to have all the footage right here. You're going to get an email with the notice of that when we're going inside the Democrat Convention in disguise. So sign up now, and it's going to be a blast.
Hi, I'm Joe, Supreme Leader of DCF. What is DCF, you ask? We're the best damn sandwich shop in the universe. Do we sell hoagies? Well, we're DCF, and the F doesn't stand for hoagies. We got 9mm sandwiches, we got beastly baguettes, and we toast buns like no other. Looking for training on bun safety? We got you covered. And our ranges are the best place to test out your new Not sandwich. So get your buns out, because the sun's out. And let's party! We're not actually a sandwich shop.
Good evening. This is the Rudy Giuliani Show on Frank Speech. I know today we've had some very, very exciting coverage, and we're focusing in right now on the International Convention, otherwise known to those people who speak Orwellian English as the Democratic National Convention. I call it the International because Karl Marx, Engels, and then leading up to Stalin, their whole idea was that the Communist Party would be governed by something called, it would be like the World's Commission for the Mafia, the International. Now, think about that. It has a little bit of that Gates, Karl Schwab, Prince Obama feeling of one world, right? Marx and Engels and Stalin and even Hitler was smart enough to know if they could get you into a one-world mentality, and particularly if you could wipe out the U.S., you'd all kind of agree on one world. And then when you agreed on the one world, it had become one world. It had become Chinese one world. Of course, they would kill all of you. Just like, but as Fauci said, the Chinese wouldn't kill their own people. Just 80 million of them. A giveaway. You know, we're going to speak a little about Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and in his book, he makes the strongest case I've seen ever made against Fauci, which I don't know how close it gets to a murder case, but it sure surrounds it, meaning that he was certainly willing to tolerate death in order to become a multi-zillionaire with his phony vaccines. But the statement that lost me, and I also had the tremendous benefit of two people, Dr. Maria, who I know is, you know Dr. Maria from Frank's Speech. I know Dr. Maria from her tutoring me on Chinese virus before anybody knew about it. I was the first one of my friends to know about it. First one of my friends, including the president, to know about it from her. Because of running the hospital and hearing about it and reading about it, she started preparing for it. So all of the phoniness of it was apparent from day one. And then we made the acquaintance of Dr. Zelenko. Dr. Zelenko has passed now. And but Dr. Zelenko should have a statue that no one tears down, erected for him. The last time I checked, he treated well over 4,000 patients. He lost, I think, 2. And the 2 that he lost had serious comorbidities that no one else would have had a chance with. He saved many with comorbidities, including one that I'll have on my show. In fact, I was thinking about having him on today. Rudy Washington, who was my deputy mayor for 8 years. He was my hero on September 11 for setting up the traffic to move in and out of the terrible site at September 11, so we could get the people that we did save to the hospital fast enough. And then he was my hero by being down there forever and ultimately lost a lung. Man got COVID. Man was dying. They wouldn't give him hydroxychloroquine until he went to the hospital. Dr. Zelenko knew that that would kill him. Dr. Zelenko got him hydroxychloroquine. 2 days he survived, and he's still surviving. I can give you about 10 other stories like that. Just think of how many people died because of greed. People were cut off from getting it just because Trump named it as a possible help in terms of a treatment. So today we come to the big day of the Democrat convention. Kamala Harris is going to read a speech. Notice I said read a speech. Democrats no longer give speeches; they read speeches. Even that imitation of Obama, known as Shapiro's speech last night, was completely read. I think he must have practiced in front of the mirror watching Obama 4-5 times. Only problem is he's short. And Obama's tall, and it makes a more imposing presence. So when he does this, it looks like that. When Obama does it, it looks like this. When he does it, it looks like little difference. But I know the left-wing communist media have made him the next coming, and they're all convinced that he's better than Walz. Well, that's true. Walz's speech was... No wonder he was the defensive coordinator, not the head coach. He could never have given the speech to the team to motivate them to win. You know, most of you are under the impression he was the head coach of the team because Kamala Harris lied to you when she said he was the head coach. Kamala Harris lies to you all the time. Please, if you have a fact that comes from Kamala Harris, the best assumption is it's untrue, and then go check it out. She made a big deal about what a wonderful head coach he was. This is the guy. This is the guy that was taking all the kids to China 30 times. I don't know. Was he more interested in being a head coach, or was he more interested in brainwashing the children to make them communists like he was? I don't know, but he sure as hell wasn't the head coach. Which is good because the head coach makes the motivating speech at halftime. And this guy, according to the newspapers at the time, which of course are hard to find now, but I've gone back and gotten them, referred to the coach as a goofball. They liked him. They liked the goofball, but they considered him the real coach was serious. He was like the goofball of the team. So now we have... We got cackling Kamala and goofball Tim, which maybe is the reason they're doing the joy, joy, joy thing. I mean, it's getting a little ridiculous not to realize that early in the morning, the bureaucrats from the Soviet or Communist Bureau of Communication for the Democratic National Committee put out the word or words of the day. And then in order of the time they come on, all of the apparatchiks, which include the two mindless idiots that are on originally, you know who they are. And then it goes through the mad cow at the end. They all say the same thing. Or The View, or... Everybody on The View was required the other day to say joy. See, if one of them didn't, they'd lose points. So the convention is Kamala is joyful. Walz is pure joy. The convention is joy. I'm not going to do it because any number of stations have already done it. I'm sure you've seen it, which is the melange of treatments where you hear joy, 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 joy. How was the convention? Joy. Mm-hmm. How was the joy, 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 joy? Did the convention deal with what the final arrangement or the goal in Ukraine is for the 200 trillion that we've given to them and the accountability for it. Joy, 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 joy. Will President Biden be held accountable for the 41 billion that he took from China and giving up the Bagram Air Base for no reason? Will we try to get the Bagram Air Base back so we can be secure? Joy, 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 joy. Why did you lie about the employment numbers by almost 1 million, making it appear as if we had a modest gain in employment when we had a big drop in employment? And your Secretary of Commerce, Raimondi, lied like a skunk over it and continues to lie over it. It's 818,000 jobs, my friends. That isn't a mistake. That's a straight out and out false statement. It's a lie. And she gets on and she says it was a mistake. It's the difference between a good economy and the economy you're living in, which sucks. What was the answer to that? Joy, joy, joy. Joy, joy, joy. Everybody's having joy here. Now, Ted and Mike, who have been inside, and you see the pictures, out of about 800 people that I saw one person smiling. And I think they were being tickled. They don't look too happy in there. They do look like something from the fourth meeting of the Comintern in Kaliningrad. Walking in with the apparatchiks and the bureaucrats, all being given their assignments and their unions telling them, if they don't support them, they won't have a job. Or the local Democratic workers who are brought in, like in Detroit, to fix ballots. And in fact, some of them, I think, are really upset that time is being taken away from cheating training. This is about the time the Democrats usually do their cheating training. So, the convention tonight will feature, hard to believe that our country has come to this. As the nominee of the second party in the country, let me be fair, the one of the two parties, the major parties of the country, it will feature a babbling idiot who can't put a sentence together that makes sense, which is what we've come to. She's going to tell us that the cause of the Ukrainian war is because Russia is bigger than Ukraine. And the solution to it is, I guess, for Ukraine to get bigger. Would be the only solution I could think of logically. She's going to tell us that she fully supports Israel, but she doesn't want them to do anything else to Hamas. Leave them alone, have a two-state solution, and just live with the fact that Hamas wants to destroy the Jewish people. And the next time it happens, we'll say very, very sympathetic things and just not allow you to do anything about it. Let's see what else. She is supporting a communist economic program. Oh, no. Don't get angry at me for calling it a communist economic program. An economic program, the key part of which is price controls. I'm sorry. You want to go practice some other science, go ahead. That's a communist program. Now, why would you be surprised? I can only think of one economic advisor that she has. It's her old man, who's a Marxist communist professor. Nobody ever tells you that. Nobody ever tells you that he is an economist who subscribes to Marxist economy. Like Walls. One man's socialism is another man's neighborliness, except for the difference that under neighborliness, nobody gets killed, and under socialism, 100 million people get killed. And the one place where you would never say that is the place he spent the most time, which is China, which indicates to you that he's an apparatchik. Every single bit of his resume reeks of the fact that he was recruited by China. I was on Newsmax last night for a very, very short period of time, and John Chang followed me up and said Mayor Giuliani made a very, very good point, because he went there under the sponsorship of heavily red Chinese-influenced Harvard. They paid for his original trip when he was a kid, at a time when China was recruiting brainwashers for them. So I want you to consider the following about walls. Some people will say socialism is just another economic system, and socialism is benign, and socialism is this, and socialism is that. These are largely people who have never experienced socialism. They haven't seen socialism in Venezuela. They haven't seen socialism, well, in China. They haven't seen what socialism did to the Soviet Union. They haven't seen the starvation of the people in the Soviet Union under socialism, or the starvation of people in China under socialism. So they live on the propaganda that is brought to them by the professors that China has co-opted, professors like Walls. But Walls doesn't have that excuse. Walls has been to China 30 times. If you've been to China 30 times and you're confused about socialism, then you either are extraordinarily stupid or you're a communist. And if you come back and you say something after having experienced Tiananmen Square, and you say something like, one man's socialism is another man's neighborliness, with the knowledge that he has of the 30 trips in Tiananmen Square and the wiping out of the Uyghur people and the spreading of COVID, and well, obviously you're spreading propaganda lies on behalf of your sponsor, China. Otherwise, you tell us the truth. You'd be the first to say it's quite obvious that COVID came from China, and that it was quite appropriate for President Trump to call it the Chinese virus, so the accountability for it could be set in the right place so we could prevent it in the future. And by the way, nothing xenophobic about it, because we ordinarily name viruses for the place they came from. And the reason that Trump was attacked by that is because China has developed over the years, as Professor Chang pointed out last night, has developed a group of operatives who defend them when they're in trouble in the United States. And the minute Trump said that, they came to the defense of the country they truly are loyal to, China. Now, some of them are loyal based on ideology, and some are loyal, like Biden, based on payoffs. When are we going to be honest about this? Because only when we're honest about it are we going to defeat them. A large portion of the Democrat Party has been purchased by the Red Chinese. A large portion. And they're extremely happy with it. So we'll see what happens tonight. And we should point out that today President Trump gave another speech. And this speech was preceded by a very, very serious warning of a man who was caught on social media prepared to kill President Trump. Now, all the details we don't have. We do have. Do we have it ready? Do we have part of his speech? We do have his speech that he gave, which will tell you that. I tell you, this guy's unfazed. He had just been warned about this guy, who was found by, I assume, the local police, and he was threatening to kill Trump. I don't know. It doesn't say whether they've located him or arrested him yet. We'll check as we play this for you. But the president did go ahead. I must say, the president did go ahead and with the speech, and there was some debate about whether he should do it. Can we play that speech?
With your vote, we will seal the border, stop the invasion, and launch the largest deportation effort in American history. We will impose tough new sentences on illegal alien criminals. These include 10-year mandatory minimum sentence for anyone guilty of human smuggling, a guaranteed life sentence for anyone guilty of child trafficking, and a death penalty for anyone guilty of child or woman sex trafficking. We'll also impose the death penalty on major drug dealers and traffickers in other countries on their immigration papers. There is a statement that says, death for drug traffickers. Big letters, big bold letters, 10 times the size of everything else on the page. I saw it this morning. And those are the countries where they have no problem with drugs. Many of them, actually. We will also impose the death penalty for anyone killing our police, sheriffs, Border Patrol, ICE, or law enforcement officials. The death penalty with a quicker trial, not a trial that lasts for 15 years and everybody gets exhausted.
Well, the man involved, it looks like he's been arrested. A Southern Arizona man this is from AP. A Southern Arizona man was arrested for allegedly making death threats against Donald Trump on social media, authorities said Thursday, the same day the Republican former president and 2024 candidate was in the area to visit the U.S.-Mexican border, a place that our border czar has never visited. Well, when she did visit it, she was in so many limousines and surrounded by so many people she couldn't see it. The co-chiefs, that's when she made the statement that she hadn't visited the border and she hadn't visited Europe, as if that made her qualified to be president of the United States, that she hadn't visited Europe. The Cochise County Sheriff's Office identified the suspect as Ronald Lee Syrvud. I think that's pronounced correctly, Syrvud, 66, from the city of Benson. It's the same county as the border area that Trump was visiting in the afternoon, and that his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, went to in recent weeks. The sheriff's office said Syrvud, arrested at around 2:30 p.m., it did not describe the alleged threats or provide other details. An online search failed to turn up any social media accounts in his name. The sheriff's office said Syrvud was also wanted on several outstanding warrants in Wisconsin for driving under the influence and failure to appear in court, as well as a felony hit-and-run charge in Graham County, Arizona, and failure to register as a sex offender in Conino County, Arizona. Of course, we do remember, of course, that the president survived the attempt to kill him on July 13th. He was presented the option of canceling the rally today or putting it off, and of course, being Donald Trump, his answer to it was no. He went ahead with it and made a speech which seemed to be totally unaffected in any way by any concern over what might happen to him, which is really quite a testament to a person that you need to want to be a leader. I remember when he came up yelling "fight, fight, fight." Someone in Europe said, "Gee, I wonder how America has any doubt about this. Who do you want as a president? A guy hiding in the basement, or a guy that after you kill him jumps up and says fight, fight, fight?" How can anybody be considering the person in the basement? How can anybody be considering the person who hasn't seemed to get to the border yet? Or she's afraid to answer questions to the press. Walsey doesn't do it either. Anybody ask Walz just exactly how he justified the comment that his best vacation was in Red China, and then to please list his other vacations? Because if that was his best vacation, I want to see where this guy goes on vacation. Like, what's worse than Red China? And think maybe 30 trips to China is a little much. Take away a little bit from your teaching of American students. Takes a lot away from your coaching, but of course you never wore what you were presented to be, the head coach of the team. That was a lie by the liar, Kamala Harris. And the moment she said it, I knew it wasn't true. I could look at you and tell you weren't a head coach. You are too goofy looking. Head coaches don't look as goofy as you. Not my words. Those come from your local newspapers when you were the defensive coach. The guy, granted, to me, you were. They liked you. This is before you were putting tampons in the men's room, but the boys liked you. But they did say, as opposed to the head coach, you were the goofy one. And when you come out on stage like last night and with Cackling Kamala, I think the reason you used this joy thing is to cover up the fact that she's got a little something wrong with her because you don't cackle quite that way. And you're goofy. So what do you say? Joy. 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 Let's see if she discusses policy tonight, exactly how she's going to do price controls when every time they've been done in the United States or any other country, they've failed miserably, even by a Republican in the United States. Let's see if she's going to present some kind of solution to the Ukraine war, or is she going to be part of the war without end? Amen. Will she explain precisely why she picked someone for vice president that was a deserter and left his unit before his unit went off to war, and is described by the chaplain of that unit as a coward, by the commanding officer of that unit as a coward, and then also consistently exacerbated that lie by saying, in his ridiculously pathetic defense of massive gun control, which is what he would like to do, we can make sure that those weapons of war that I carried in war is the only place where those weapons are at. Well, he never carried those weapons in war because he never went to war. So this is another Blumenthal liar. Isn't it enough that we have one lying scum in Congress pretending he was in battle when he wasn't? We got to have two, and we got to have him. You want to stick him a heartbeat away from the presidency? What happens if this guy becomes president? The military will walk out. His unit hates him. Well, wouldn't they hate him? You train for war. War comes, and he quits. To be a defensive coach on a football team that considers him a goofball. Or so he can make his trips to China. I don't know. Was he making trips to China then or not? Yeah, sure. Because he was in China during Tiananmen Square. There's another thing. He does his wedding on the date of Tiananmen Square. And his wife, who I would not in any way address his wife, except for the fact that she played a material part in those riots and burnings and killings and devastation getting worse when she said she didn't mind the smoke. What the hell is wrong with her? We need an explanation of that. And we're gonna have a burning of Washington, and she's gonna say she doesn't mind the smoke. I mean, where does Coca-Cola find them? Well, that ticket will be presented tonight. She'll get her chance to make her speech. The fact that it is written out and read could reduce the number of word salads. So I don't, unless the people who write for her have been affected by her, and they now write in word salads. Is that possible? I don't know. I don't know if that's possible. So we're going to take a short break, and we will be right back.
Hello, everybody. It's Mike Lindell live from Chicago for the Democrat National Convention. We're here with Frank's speech, and for $2, you get exclusive wall-to-wall coverage of everything going on in here, Chicago, including myself going in disguise, shaving off my mustache. You're going to have all the footage right here. You're going to get an email with notice of that when we're going inside the Democrat Convention in disguise. So sign up now, and it's going to be a blast. Hello, Mike Lindell here, and I'm welcoming you to the world of precious metals. Congratulations on taking that first step in getting your financial house in order. I think you're making a very smart decision with this, one that could protect not only you and your savings from an unstable world, but your family as well. So go ahead and fill in the information form on this page, and you're going to get a prompt phone call from one of Goldco's precious metal specialists. They're going to verify your information. Then you're going to get a free 2024 gold and silver kit sent directly to your doorstep. There's no shipping, no hassle, no nothing. Just a free information kit to help you learn more about the power of precious metals like gold and silver. I want you to do your own research like I did. You're going to be amazed about what precious metals can do for you. I'm excited to be partnering with Goldco. They're an amazing company with an impressive track record. And because you're a fan of mine, Goldco is also going to fill you in on details of how you can qualify for a 10% instant match in bonus silver on qualified orders. Plus, a 1/2 ounce silver Ronald Reagan coin absolutely free for qualified callers. That's right, absolutely free. I mean, it's really a great offer. So congratulations again on taking the first step to protecting and diversifying your savings. Thanks for watching the show, and I'll see you again soon. God bless.
This is Rudy Giuliani back with you on the Rudy Giuliani Show. So just some news other than the Internacional here in Chicago, the first official communist convention in the United States with a purely communist platform premised on price controls and massive dependency giveaways without any attempt to pay for them, and almost a direct course to depression, really. Biden, Harris, Walz, I've heard say this, and of course Mayor Adams all say that there is no real migrant crime wave in this country, that it's made up by either Donald Trump or his acolytes, which would include, of course, me and others, that we just make it up. There have been 10 million people who came in under Harris, the border czar, none of them properly vetted. Some of them with as few questions as 4. Those were the worst ones, like from China. So you have no idea really who these 10 million people are. In the old days, when there were far fewer numbers, we did vet them, and we did have some idea who they were. Now, some of them would lie to us, some of them it would be inaccurate, some of them, but a good portion of them we would have solid information on them. On this 10 million, if we have solid information on 2-3%, it's quite a bit. So it's a crapshoot. It could be anybody. We also have, according to official calculation, 1.5 million gotaways. So now we're at 11.5 million. The gotaways we know nothing about other than we saw them running. But they're leaving something out because they are the most dishonest administration, maybe in the history of the world. And they're leaving out the people that we never interviewed, we never saw, and who came in. Now, you say to me, there are no such people. Of course, you're ridiculous, right? You know the border is over 2,000 miles and it couldn't be covered completely no matter what. And at a time like this, with the strain on resources and the 10 million coming in, more are likely to come in undetected than at other times. And the cartels who run the border right on the other side are experts at figuring out where to bring people in where they will not be detected at all. In other words, they won't be stopped and even asked the ridiculously useless 4 questions, nor will they be seen running in. And there have been calculations in the past by left-wing universities about this, but they stopped doing it now because it might be harmful to the communist regime in the United States and helpful to the American people. The calculation was that at a minimum, if 2 million people were stopped at the border for illegal crossing, at least 50 to 200% more came over that we didn't know about. So that would mean if it were 10 million, the minimum number would be another 5 million that we don't know anything about, to be added to the 1.5 million that we do know a little something about because we saw the back of their backside. So you want to take that number down to 2 million just to be stupid? That means we've got about 2-3 million people running around this country that we never even stopped. And then we've got about 10 million that we improperly vetted. And they want to tell us that these are people just coming in, poor little people coming here to work. Well, I mean, that stopped a long time ago. And even before this, you could make more of an argument that the immigrants that were coming in to work, and they were hard workers. This is not the case. These people are coming in from all over the world for opportunistic reasons of their own, or because of the organized crime groups, because of the child trafficking groups, because of the human trafficking groups, because of the fentanyl trafficking groups, because of the other drug trafficking groups, because of the terrorists that want to slaughter us. They're coming in for all those reasons because they have a wide open door without really any decent chance of being caught. The ones that we catch are the least dangerous and the jerkiest because the cartels can figure out how to put someone over the border without being detected very, very simply for $100,000, $1 million, whatever it costs. Because the cartels control our border, not the United States Border Patrol, and that is not the fault of the Border Patrol. That is the fault of the communists who run our government, Biden, Harris, and people like that. And, of course, the biggest liar that ever lived, Mayorkas. So you want to know if there's a migrant crime wave? Gosh, I started telling you way before Lake and Riley that they cover it up. They don't tell you that the migrant committed the crime. Even in one of those cases, they described the person as coming from Athens, Georgia, and he actually came from like Guatemala. It's a point that's been made now by several conservative commentators that if the criminal is black, they don't state the race. If the criminal's a migrant, they don't state that it's a migrant. And it takes a while to catch up on the amount of migrant crime. This headline might kind of balance it a bit. That's in Coney Island, New York, yesterday. The migrants, Leovando Moreno of Mexico and Nicaraguan Daniel Davon Bonilla, they had already had a sexual assault. Of course, they were let out because I guess one of our judges or officers figured they hadn't done enough raping. So, I mean, what the heck? If they're coming to America, they should be able to get in at least more than one rape. What the hell is wrong with us? Have we become barbarians? Have we become barbarians? We're going to put up with that? This is what we get from the Democrats? This is what we get. You see that? That's what you're going to get in your city if you vote for them. That's what you're getting in your city. This isn't happening just in New York. In fact, we're not even the worst. It's happening right here in Chicago. It's happening all over the country. My goodness, it happened in Athens, Georgia. Some poor kid gets raped because the Democrats want more votes in the country, because the communists want to overtake us with no borders. What are we, crazy? We let this crap go on? Is your attachment to the Democrat Party in New York is so great? You see that for New Yorkers, I have a special message as their mayor and their best mayor ever. This is a purely Democrat crime. If there were no Democrats, there would not be this crime. This crime occurs because Biden in 2020 said, when I get elected, I want you all to rush to the border and get ready to come in the next day. I'm going to change everything. He changed 50 regulations the next day, and they all rushed over the border. These guys came in during Biden-Harris time. They were caught at least once, not sent back, and then they committed rape in beautiful Coney Island. For this, Biden should have been impeached. Mayorkas should have been impeached. Harris should have been impeached. And I don't know, after they were out, maybe tried for accessory to the crime of murder, because they knew they were doing it. This would not have happened under Trump, because these pieces of crap would have been held in Mexico before they came into the United States. You know that. He stopped one of the most effective programs ever for reducing illegal immigration. He being Biden and his group around him that want to make America chaotic so that it becomes communistic. You wonder, why does Soros pay all that money for district attorneys who let criminals out of jail to kill, rape, and mangle people? He does it because he wants to destroy America. It is part of the communist plan to create massive crime in a country so that the country gives up on itself and is willing to succumb to a one-world overarching international plan, which is why the convention of the Communist Party is called the Internationale. If you want to stop migrant crime, there's only one way to do it. One, you got to stop them from coming in, and two, you got to throw them out. And there's only one candidate who has the guts to do that, who has the fortitude to do it, who's done it before, and will do it again, immediately. From day one, you have no doubt that that's Donald Trump. Should Harris become president, it will increase. Because, if anything, she was a bigger supporter of illegal immigration than Biden. And she had one responsibility in this administration, and she didn't just fail it. She disgustingly, woefully failed it, with 10 million coming in that we can count as against Trump's 2 million. And then beyond that 10 million, 1.5 million that they list as gotaways, and at least 5 million more I'll give you as ones they never detected. Our country is inundated with murderers, criminals. And if you think Trump is making up the prisons and the insane asylums being let out, take a look at these people that get arrested, and take a look at history. Take a look at Castro with the Marielitos in the late 70s. They are borrowing from their master. Maduro is a disciple of Castro. Castro did this to Carter. Carter was a sucker Democrat president. Sorry, Jimmy, I know you're ill, but you were a terrible president. Those years of hostages probably took America's prestige down from here to here, and cost us gravely, gravely, to put a naive Democrat like you there. But in any event, Biden is considerably worse. Considerably worse. At least you tried with the hostages. You cared about them. He doesn't care about them. He never even mentions them. Not even tried to. He seems to ignore them as much as he ignores his granddaughter. I mean, this is an evil guy, really evil guy. And Kakala is not much better. Wow. The interesting thing is, there was an article, and it happens to be in the New York Times. And the question is, who's running the country? When you heard him speak the other night at what was it, 4 o'clock in the morning when they had him on? It could be that he was half asleep, but even what he was reading didn't make sense. Ross Duat wrote the following: since things keep happening in the world, for instance, this week, the nation that we've been arming for a defensive war decided to invade Russia. It seems like America could stand to learn a bit more about how the White House has been working recently. We're getting the fulfillment of the bargain that was implicit offered to Biden by his fellow Democrats, that by bowing out, he would trade the shadow of a scandal for the halo of self-sacrifice and coast through the final days. Yet, depending on Biden's true capacity, maybe he should have resigned, and some crisis in the next few months will make the Democrats wish he had. The point is that a man without a brain should not be president. He has not had a brain for quite some time. It has caused enormous numbers of American lives. If it continues to cause American lives, we now know even better than we ever did before, that it's the cause of Joseph Biden. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to switch to America's Mayor Live, and we're going to have Dr. Maria with us.
Hello, everybody. It's Mike Lindell live. Hello, Mike Lindell here, and I'm welcoming you to the world of precious metals. Congratulations on taking that first step in getting your financial house in order. I think you're making a very smart decision with this, one that could protect not only you and your savings from an unstable world, but your family as well. So go ahead and fill in the information form on this page, and you're going to get a prompt phone call from one of Gold Coast's precious metal specialists. They're going to verify your information. Then you're going to get a free 2024 gold and silver kit sent directly to your doorstep. There's no shipping, no hassle, no nothing. Just a free information kit to help you learn more about the power of precious metals like gold and silver. I want you to do your own research like I did. You're going to be amazed about what precious metals can do for you. I'm excited to be partnering with Goldco. They're an amazing company with an impressive track record. And because you're a fan of mine, Goldco is also going to fill you in on details of how you can qualify for a 10% instant match in bonus silver on qualified orders. Plus, a 1/2 ounce silver Ronald Reagan coin absolutely free for qualified callers. That's right, absolutely free. I mean, it's really a great offer. So congratulations again on taking the first step to protecting and diversifying your savings. Thanks for watching the show, and I'll see you again soon. God bless. Hello, everybody. It's Mike Lindell live from Chicago for the Democrat National Convention. We're here with Frank's Speech, and for $2, you get exclusive wall-to-wall coverage of everything going on in here, Chicago, including myself going in disguise, shaving off my mustache. You're going to have all the footage right here. You're going to get an email with notice of that when we're going inside the Democrat convention in disguise. So sign up now, and it's going to be a blast.
Good evening. This is Rudy Giuliani with America's Mayor Live from the city of crime, the city of the Internacional, meaning the Communist Convention, and the city where every weekend is a bloodbath because it's had 60 years of Democrat rule. And similar to 24 cities in America run by Democrats, it's overrun by crime, murder, deterioration. And yet people, because they're brainwashed, continue to vote Democrat. The city has voted Democrat for 60 straight years. And every weekend, the single most important thing reported is not the Bears score, not the White Sox score, not the Cubs score, or not even the stock market. It's how many people were killed, how many people were shot. So 4th of July really blew it through the roof. It was 19 dead, 100 shot. The weekend before the convention, it was 19 shot and 5 or 6 dead. What's going on right now, I don't know, but usually it starts after the weekend. And I think the Democrats are all going to be out of here by, they're going to be out of here really, really, really quick. I mean, I haven't seen them move around the city. I think they stay in their little tent that Ted and Michael have had a chance to penetrate because they're so stupid they can't keep them out.
Mayor Giuliani, I have some kind of ironic news. The Democrat Texas delegates come into town to go to their convention, robbed at gunpoint. Right? So it just highlights the violence in these urban cities. When? I think just the other day when they came into town. But it's just being reported now. I'm sure it was going to be a cover-up. They don't want that known. They don't want to address what's happening on the streets here.
They cover up everything. They cover up migrant crime constantly. There's much more migrant crime than they. I just pointed that out on my last show. The migrant crime in New York, with a poor girl in Coney Island was raped by a migrant.
Oh, I'll never forget when that young lady raped and killed in, I believe it was Virginia. You'll have to correct me if I'm wrong. And they were trying to say that the illegal alien who raped and killed her was from Athens, Georgia. Well, yeah, he was staying in Athens, but he was in our country illegally. So there's a lot of spin in the media, and they're not even covering the protesters here. Now, I don't mind protesters. It's our right as Americans to be able to assemble peacefully. So I don't mind protesters on either side of an issue, but we've reported before that the pro-Palestinian protesters got their permits pretty readily, and the pro-Israel people.
Dr. Maria, this is outrageous.
Yes.
This is outrageous. I mean, this is outrageous. This is not an American city. This city should be taken off the list of American cities. Tell them why.
Well, just for that, they did not give. First, everybody thought they were just slow walking the permits to the pro-Israel groups, but
they
many of them
everything unless
never
you pay them money.
Got them, so they had to have people that had private property allow them to go on their property. Well, I want to show you something. I want to show you a little clip of the protesters burning our American flag.
Don't burn the American flag. And you're fucking flag too. Fuck this country. Burn it down. Burn it down. No, that's. You guys are the enemy. Don't burn the flag. You guys gotta be careful. Don't burn the American flag. Fuck yeah, baby. Party in this fucking city. This is what we think of your fucking rag. This is what we think of your fucking rag. The only acceptable American flag is one that is burned to char. This isn't good at all.
Hey, for any American citizen confused,
Seeing
I want you
our
to
flag
reflect back.
burned.
You're fucking older than 16, then you remember 2008. You remember every fucking crisis in the last 20 years. Where the fucking boot-licking motherfuckers protecting them fucking long.
I don't even know what he's talking about there. But obviously, you could see these people are trying to be covered up. They're trying to obscure their identity. They're obviously, you could kind of tell they're young people, obviously very uneducated.
Definitely Antifa.
Definitely Antifa, although a lot of them were saying, I'm a Democrat. I'm here to push Kamala because she's pushable.
Antifa's Democrat,
Yeah,
which is
yeah,
sponsored
yeah,
by
I guess
Soros.
so. Yeah, yeah.
Pure Democrat.
But you know, you saw a gentleman in there that tried to, in the beginning, grab the flag, and I'm told he works for RAV, Real American Voice, and he tried to do the right thing, grabbing the flag, but you notice they went to violence immediately, pushing and shoving. You should never put your hands on somebody else. But one of the other disturbing things, Rudy, that is being told to me, that the people who... There's a lot of people protesting tonight, in the ones that didn't have a permit.
Tonight?
Yeah, tonight. That the crowd.
Well, tonight was supposed to be the second worst night. Monday was supposed to be the worst night. So Monday was a little bit of a disappointment. So there are some experts that told me today, which I forgot to mention, that tonight was going to be very bad.
Yeah, and it seems like the temperature has risen out there, and it's being reported that if they pass any of these pro-Israel people, you can tell by the signs or
What
whatever.
do you mean pass?
Like pass on the
pass
streets,
by,
pass by, that they're saying the most vile, disgusting things to the women. I don't even want to repeat what I was told they're saying.
Yes. I think.
But can you believe it?
I think I've heard some of them recorded.
Oh God, I just can't get over the
You might have gotten a taste
hatred, the sickness.
You might have gotten a taste of it on that end of that thing there.
Yeah. It's just, but you don't see this anywhere else but like the channels like Frank's Speech, because it's covered up. It's all about joy, joy, hope, hope. It's not joy, joy, hope, hope.
May I point out you didn't see this at the Republican convention? Because we don't have people like this.
No, Frank's Speech was there. And
we don't have hateful,
beautiful,
horrible people like this. And this is why I knew January 6th was a hoax. The minute it happened, I said, our people don't do this.
Right.
Did you see that Antifa guy there and the other one? Those are the people who really orchestrated January 6th. When did I know that?
And Nancy Pelosi. You knew almost immediately.
Why? Tell them why.
Well, you had a lot of people working with you that were IT specialists, and they had gone underground in Antifa. So they were reporting things to you. They got you tapes pretty much right away, and you cooperated and you helped our government, thinking that they were going to do something about it, but they probably buried everything.
I helped our government get 3/4 of the way to solving a first-degree murder.
Yeah,
which they buried, Ashley Babbitt.
Yeah,
and we gave him that. We gave him that evidence 4 days after the murder. You and I gave it to him.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
With the help of Bob Costello.
That's right. Yeah, he's the one that let me know that.
And when I told Bob, they're not going to ignore this. They don't ignore murder. They ignore the political stuff. They never ignore murder. He laughed at me. I got to be the most naive of our whole group.
Well, Rudy, I was like that once upon a time. People would tell me how corrupt the government, and I was thinking it was minor. Like, yeah, you'll get one person here or there who's corrupt. I didn't realize how bad it is and how much of a uni-party there is out there, that Republicans and Democrats watch each other's back. I was very naive to that. And the thing that happened to you, meaning being very...
Which one?
Well, being very disappointed in the Justice Department, being very disappointed in how judges are corrupt. I got that during the pandemic with healthcare. I dedicated 30 plus years to improving healthcare, making things better for patients, and they totally sold patient care out by not giving informed consent, by covering up the side effects of the mRNA injection. So we're learning that there's a lot of badness, a lot of corruption, but we're trying to bring it out. Not only bring it out to you, we're trying to work with people to make it better. Change, vote in the right people. We got to shrink our government. to me and you, Rudy, and probably to our audience, the people who are watching us, we don't have to really probably do a lot of educating. I bet they're pretty much on top of everything. But we all have an obligation to try to reach out to those independents. In normal Democrats, don't even waste your time on the ones that just won't listen for anything. You got to be an open-minded person. You have to be a free thinker. But we have to go back to what gas prices were. Like, let's work with facts. Let's show our graphic of the gas prices under President Trump versus President Biden. Biden-Harris.
There have been 27 shootings and 6 murders on the first 2 days of the Democratic conventions.
What? Say that again?
There have been 27.
Just 1 second here, Mayor. There's the gas prices. Obviously, you could tell President Trump, $185, $187. President Biden, $4.84, $5.
With those numbers right there, how are they even in the race?
That's just gas. We can go to all the other things.
Let's remember that gas, like food, is critical. I mean,
yes.
Gas is getting to work in the morning.
Go to work.
Gas is conducting your business if you're a delivery person. How many businesses? Gas is getting your goods for your grocery store. I mean, gas is. There's nothing probably more ubiquitous in our economy than gas and effect on our economy. And when you want to say there's no inflation and gas is going up, then you're a complete, absolute moron, which Biden is, and a liar. And then when you want to say that you've brought inflation down and the price of gasoline down, because you got it to the highest level in 50 years, and now it's down below that, but still way above Trump. You're a miserable creep, liar, crook.
Smoke and mirrors.
Look at this. I mean, look at these. Look at these numbers.
Yeah.
Look at these numbers. I mean, this is like it shouldn't even be an election. It's embarrassing that these polls have got to be tied. Inflation, almost 20% under Biden, 4 times more under Biden than Trump, and Biden has brought inflation down. That was double a little while ago, and now it's starting to go up again. Look at the gas prices. Look at the gasoline prices.
You know what kills me about
Just look at. I know. By the way, this is not the Republican Party. This is not Heritage Foundation, or this isn't the Rudy Giuliani Foundation. This is the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis.
Yeah.
Those numbers are outrageous. I don't know. Even when Ronald Reagan said, "Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?" I am not sure the difference was as great.
So stark, right? It's
in fact, I'm going to go
differences.
back, Doctor, between now and tomorrow and study that. You know how I love to compare to Reagan. I don't think it was, because Reagan used it in a slightly different context. Reagan used it in a context to defend his presidency. He didn't do it when he was running against Carter. He did it when he was running against Mondale. And Mondale was, complaining that he hadn't done enough. And he just said in a very general way, because he was so brilliant, are you better off now than you were under Carter? Now, under Carter, you had hostages. Under him, no hostages.
I also remember.
Under Carter, you had horrible problems in Israel. Yeah. Under him, you had none. Under Carter, you had
gas lines.
Gas lines. Under him, you had none. Under Carter, you had stagflation, which I don't even know. I understand what it is. Stagflation and double-digit inflation.
Double-digit inflation.
Under him, you. And it happened just at the very end, too, because the first 3 years it didn't work. The last year it worked, and we had the Morning in America campaign.
Yeah, holy God, the mortgage rates, and it happened into the Reagan era, too. Mortgage rates, 11 to 18%. Yeah. The whole Trump administration was like 3%.
And this is before Reagan did one of the greatest things any American president ever did. Liberate Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
It was before.
Absolutely.
It was still at a time in which they thought
America again coming to the rescue.
I mean, I don't understand how he won by 49 states to 1 when they still thought he was a warmonger. They still thought he was a warmonger. He didn't get over that until he won. Until he proved that a strong country that is willing to fight if it has to can beat bullies. Now, if you live through the 20th century and you don't know that lesson, you really are a communist. You really, really are a communist. So I'd like to show you another little something here. Is it up on the board? Can I put this up on the board, my friends? I just want to show people what Democrats do to America.
Oh, wow, nice.
Okay, so these are the 5 top cities for crime. Tell me where there's a Republican mayor there.
None, Zippo, zero, nada.
Chicago, 60 years a Democrat mayor.
Yeah. 12th year in a row, by the way, of being the homicide capital of the United States.
Los Angeles, the last Republican mayor was Dick Reardon. When I was mayor, he was.
Dear Lord, you remember that? Unbelievable
He's out. He's
memory.
out. It's been Democrat mayors and even worse, Soros DAs. Same thing in Chicago. Houston, Soros DA. New York City, Soros DA. And a phony Democratic mayor who is disliked by all sides. They won't even let him speak at the convention. And in Philadelphia,
Who is that? Who
Adams.
Is it? Oh, God. Of course I know that. I thought you were
they
talking
let
about
Hochul
Philadelphia.
Pokel speak, who can't even speak English, and they didn't let Adams speak. And now Philadelphia is the one that I think tops it all. And Shapiro, shove it up your Biden imitating backside, okay? You're responsible for that. You were the attorney general, you creep. The guy running that city is a DA that should be in prison, and you don't have the guts to put him in prison. You probably, you know, hearing the idea that you are like one of the rising stars of the Democrat Party was disgusting last night. I know how crooked you are with the election, but there's 408 homicides in Philadelphia. You know, 2 years ago, you set the record for homicide in Philadelphia, our oldest city. You creepy Democrats, under Krasner. Krasner is the first Soros DA. There are about 60 in America. Krasner was number one. Krasner is probably the worst. Krasner has had 2 years in which he set homicide records for the 250-year history of Philadelphia. In other words, let's just kill people in Philadelphia, and who gives a damn? And who gives a damn that most of them are black people? And I'll tell you, not many of the black politicians give a damn. In fact, I'm trying to find one that isn't a Republican that gives a damn. But Philadelphia, the crookedest election counting city in the country, comes pretty darn close to being the major crime city compared to Chicago. Now, start doing per capitas here, 617 and 408. I don't know that Philadelphia isn't more dangerous than Chicago.
Right, when you look at per capita.
Major point. Los Angeles, Democrat. Houston, Democrat. New York City, Democrat. Philadelphia, Democrat. Chicago, Democrat. Also, when you say Democrat like that, with those murder rates, crooked as hell, and they fix elections.
And they put your taxes up just to get more money to line in either their pocket, their friend's pocket. It's so corrupt. We had the privilege of a lifetime today. Mike Lindell brought in a lot. I don't know what the final number was. Yes, absolutely. 40 some odd Chicagoans. And I'm sure we could have filled many rooms with these Chicagoans who are fed up. They always voted Democrat because they were told to. And they never saw change. They've seen the worst in the last 4 years. So they're voting for President Trump now. But they each had very unique stories, but there were some constant themes. Number one, the constant Democrat rule. Number two, that you're almost shamed in the black community if you say you're voting for Republican. It is now changing. Although one gentleman told us, I don't know, he had some kind of position. I don't recall what it was. But he said if you went into your neighborhood voting area and you asked for a Republican ballot, they would say, we're out of ballots. Sorry, you'll have to do a mail-in. Like there was every kind of excuse not to give you a Republican ballot. But these brave people said no more. I'm tired of it. I'm working 2 jobs, or I'm seeing other people struggling. And the other theme, Mayor Giuliani, they didn't like the way Mayor Johnson here and Pritzker, Governor Pritzker, are giving so much money to illegal aliens, and they see veterans out on the streets. So that was really common themes, and I hope you get to see these. I know they were running live today on Frank's speech, but it was very, very thought-provoking. And the other thing that I discovered, again, is that there's so many good people in the world. I always finish my show with a segment about good people helping other people. A lot of these people, we couldn't get to all the stories, but they're doing things to help other people. They're mentoring. One gentleman has an organization called Big Homies, and he's mentoring the young people to stay off the streets, because the streets are so inviting when you have parents not at home, single parent households, the mom's working 1 to 2 jobs, so you're on the street not doing good things. Gangs are saying, come, I'll be your family. I love you. Come. That's exactly what they do, though. We'll be loyal to the death. And so that's what the gangs do to try to get these youth into their arms. And some of these gentlemen that were here today are saying we got to offer them other places to go. Mm-hmm. And I believe in these youth programs, but a lot of the money that used to go to the youth programs are now going to illegal aliens.
So let's just can we put this number up there? 27.6. That's the actual number. I was wrong. During the first 3 days of the DNC, there were 27 shot and 6 killed in Chicago. That doesn't count today. That's the first 3 days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We can add to that, at least yesterday, they were very, very proud here at the Democratic Convention that they had 8 abortions.
I know. I find that so sick.
This is the first time in the history of a convention that I see people advertising abortions conducted during the convention.
In celebrating it.
Yeah, 8, and they do them in vans. The van goes around the city.
Does vasectomies too. Hey, I don't care if you get a vasectomy or you never want children, and you want to sterilize yourself. I could care less. What is happening?
But in a truck.
What I don't like is how we're desensitizing.
What is this, a barbarian country? In a truck? You go into a truck for a vasectomy? What kind of a pig are you?
Yeah. No. There's healthcare trucks that go into communities that don't have good healthcare to do colonoscopies. The trucks are set up to do some healthcare stuff.
Colonoscopy is something different.
I, at my hospital, had a van that would go in poor neighborhoods to do, dental stuff.
Eliminating the God-given function of being able to reproduce, I would think should be done in a more solemn place.
Well,
than in a
that's
truck,
different.
Even for a man.
Yeah.
I know the abortion thing is different, but I mean, 6. There was 8 abortions yesterday. Yeah, just yesterday. These are the statistics on 27 shot and 6 killed, the 3-day number, added to the 364 that have been killed in Chicago this year. Question is, are they going to reach their 617 that made them the most dangerous city in America last year, or aren't they? At 364, they sure as hell going to come real close. I mean, it's really going to depend on how many people they kill during Christmas. And they kill a lot during Christmas, by the way, here. They do. They kill a lot on weekends. This is a weekend killing. I don't know what the murderers do here. In New York, they kill all week. But here they kill on weekends.
It does seem to be a weekend thing. I wonder, why is that?
I would think my ComStat program would be brilliant for dealing with weekend killings when you locate them that way. And one of the guys who ran for mayor, McCarthy, who was with the police here, used ComStat very effectively here, but they got rid of him real quick. I don't think they want. It's got to be after 60 years of Democratic rule, black people getting killed as if it were. I mean, if you didn't know any better, it would look like with the abortions in the street, the killing of black people in the street, that Margaret Sanger is running the city, she's helping to eliminate the black population.
That's what she wanted with developing Planned Parenthood.
Now, whether you're pro-choice, pro-life, and how extreme, isn't it uncivilized and inhumane to celebrate abortion? to celebrate it. I didn't say to have one. Some people might think that. Isn't it horrible to celebrate it? Isn't it unfortunate?
It's unfortunate. It's sick. It's sad. I really believe that this was a concerted effort through the last, 6, 7 years especially, to desensitize how people feel about an unborn child, a gift from God. All right, take God out of it. You only want to deal with science. All right, here you go, real quick. You have a sperm. You actually have millions of sperms. You have one egg. All those sperms are trying to get in. One gets in. Already, once that sperm gets in that egg, things start happening. The DNA, the chromosomes that are happening is all a blueprint for a human being. And then it travels and gets implanted in the uterus. So scientifically, take out God, scientifically, the minute that sperm enters that egg, the blueprint is for a child. So the fact that they're desensitizing, and you know of more than anybody, Albany, New York, it was under Governor Cuomo when they decided that it was legal to kill a baby in the womb up to 9 months. 9 months. They celebrated. They did lights across the big skyscrapers. Something has happened to us. We've lost it if we celebrate the murder of a human being.
May I make the tie-in?
Yes.
Marx.
Yep. Yeah.
All of it's Marx. The idea is to make us not an immoral society, and it is a specific effort about which Marx has written, Engels has written, to demean life, to make life unimportant, so that life can be taken for the Communist Party. Now, we have Ted calling in, and I heard something about a big protest. So let's all listen. Do you have yours?
Oh, there he is.
Hey, can you guys hear us? We're live.
We can hear you fine, Ted, but we don't see you, but we hear you.
No, these motherfuckers. Can you hear me?
I hear somebody swearing near you.
Can you see me?
We can't see you, Ted. We see the protesters.
You do see them, okay.
Yeah, we see the What are they chanting? I can't quite make it out.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Oh, Free Palestine. Now, there's been reports, Ted, that some of the groups passed a pro-Israel group and they were yelling vile things at the women.
Get the fuck out of here, bro! Get the fuck out! No! Relax. Don't relax. Why? These are fucking Nazis right here. Well, how do you know?
They sound like a very well-spoken and very well-brought-up group of young people.
No one here. Please don't touch me. I'm covering the protest, sir. Huh? Where's Chloe?
It's a limited vocabulary.
You be safe, Ted.
Ted,
We're being safe. These people are.
they are a limited vocabulary group.
That's right.
Sounds like they're the product of Tampon Tim education. So, Ted, as I look at this crowd, this is not an Arabic or Islamic crowd. These look like American kids, the product of,
right.
Tim Walz's education.
That's, you've got that right.
Right? I mean, the kids that were trained by the teachers that were brainwashed by China. The Marxists.
Right.
Yeah. This is what we get.
They seem to be very aggressive towards. Does your microphone say Frank's speech on it?
I don't know if all. Would somebody tell that jackass they wear that stupid thing on their head because they're in the desert? You know that thing that they wrap around their head?
Do the men call it a hijab as
I don't know
well?
what they call it, but it has no religious significance. It has no cultural significance. They wear it in order to keep, actually to keep the sand out of their ears, because if they get too much sand in their ears, they can't hear. But also maybe the sand gets in their brain and they become, homicidal.
Mayor Giuliani, I don't understand the anger and the hatred towards other human beings. Like even whoever that was swearing at Ted, who's just
real simple.
covering the protest.
You don't know the anger of the Palestinians? This is created by Arafat, so they wouldn't be angry at him.
Well, most of them, like you pointed out, do not seem to be Palestinian. There seems to be white liberal children in here, young people.
This is a creation of the friend of Epstein's that spoke last night at the Democratic convention. This is a creation of Bill Clinton in coming up with the two-state solution with Arafat, who took him for about $2 or $3 billion.
Yeah,
So this is a corrupt. Yep. This whole thing here is a corrupt Democrat construct. Never had to happen if you never went to the stupid, idiotic, completely illogical two-state solution that can never work. Critical to a two-state solution is that both states have to respect each other. Well, the Palestinians want to eliminate the Jews. So this would be like saying that we would accept Canada as a neighbor and they want to eliminate us.
Right.
And you know what would happen in that case? Well, in that case, Obama and it would make peace with them, and then we'd have to get a Republican who'd straighten the whole thing out.
There's so much propaganda is on social media. I don't necessarily see it, but I'm told, because I'm not on TikTok, but I'm told TikTok especially targets the 16 to 24-year-old kid.
Well, who owns TikTok?
China.
The same people that own Biden, the same people that own Walls.
Yeah.
And the same people I think that own that party.
So they don't understand. So this was a great clip, and I wish I would have saved it, of a Palestinian American. So he was from Palestine, and he was talking about, I forget, the interviewer was asking him about October 7th, any regrets about that? How do you feel about that? No regrets. Believes it should have been done. So this is not Hamas. Palestinians, their young children in school have puzzle pieces showing young Palestinian kids killing a Jewish kid with a knife.
So veterans demand a ceasefire. Veterans of what?
Yeah.
We don't really have veterans of the middle of a war with Palestine.
Yeah.
I'll just put that off. So
It's so. Again, I don't mind a peaceful protest. It's all of our rights. I want to say something about Illinois. They bravely went into. They allowed. Oh God, it was like 46 years ago. You know this case.
Skokie.
It was a very famous legal case.
The Nazis who wanted to. Yep. Who wanted to protest
Parade
in Skokie, Illinois,
yep.
And they tried to stop them, and the Supreme Court held that they had a right to.
They had a right, and that was tough because it was 46 years ago. There was Holocaust survivors there, but it was their right as an American to take to the streets and with permits and doing it the legal way, and it became a very famous case. So the ironic thing is we're here in Chicago and they didn't afford it to pro-Israel
Well,
groups.
we've changed on free speech completely from the time I was educated at law school. Even as recently as 2022, 23, I was the chair of a committee that was sent by President Bush to Vienna to negotiate more stringent conditions on anti-Semitism in France because they were burning synagogues and whatever. And America took a lot of criticism there because we don't have anti-Semitic language laws. For example, in Germany, you can see why in Germany, if you were to say some of the things they're saying, you go to jail for saying it.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Particularly for Jews.
Yeah.
Now, why would they do it? Because of the history of the Holocaust.
Yes.
and they criticized me for criticizing them for saying that America doesn't have strict anti-Semitic laws because you allow people to protest against Jews, you allow people to call Jews names, and I tried to explain our First Amendment, and of course, they don't have a First Amendment. Even England doesn't have a First Amendment.
No, England doesn't. You know what? They have fines and they're jailing people now on social media who say things they don't like if they criticize their mayor.
The First Amendment was unique to our founding fathers, but it does require us to listen to things we don't want to hear.
But Rudy, what's happening is the elite get First Amendment rights, and our voices are getting suppressed.
There's no First Amendment under Biden, Harris, Walz, all these people. There's no First Amendment. Not when you try to set up like he did that little bureau of disinformation. They use disinformation for destroying the First Amendment. Disinformation becomes what they decide the truth is, and it's usually false.
Yeah.
And if you don't say vaccines are wonderful, you go to jail, even though you know vaccines aren't wonderful because they haven't been tested. If you say hydroxychloroquine is good as an early stage help for
doesn't
for
cure
COVID,
it.
You go to jail.
Virus. Yeah.
And then even when it turns out you were right, a year later nobody apologizes to you.
Nobody apologizes. Businesses didn't get any reparations for being told to shut down when
People
they didn't need to.
People fired because they wouldn't take vaccines, and it turns out that the people who take vaccines may be more susceptible to return COVID than the people who didn't.
And other issues.
Look at
worse.
Yeah, look at the first stepmother. I mean, she's getting COVID all the time. She took 413 vaccines.
Yeah. May I say, President Trump recently said anybody who was fired from the military for refusing to take the experimental mRNA injection, they will get back pay and they will be allowed to come back into the military. So thank you, President Trump, for promising that. And you need to get back into office so we can make a lot of wrongs right.
And God
again.
forbid we ever have another one. So, I mean, I also think that President Trump learned a lot from it. And I think some of the things that he did at the very beginning, which were brilliant, and some of the things that were wrong, he would do differently. The brilliant ones, I think he'd still do. He'd probably cut off China even faster. God bless you. I mean, wasn't it a giveaway that Biden was a Chinese communist when he criticized him for cutting off China?
Yeah.
I mean, it is hard for us to assume of our fellow citizens that they're traitors, but they are.
I have to ask you a question.
Walz.
Yes.
Walz gives every indication. I'm going to tell you something about Walz, the safest way I can say it. Either Walz is a Chinese communist or he pretends to be one.
I am confident he is one. I mean, he's got so much communist
Well, why not just say it
speak about
safer?
him.
He either pretends that he's a Chinese communist or he is one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chet again?
No. He's busy covering.
I don't want to
we'll
lose
see him
Ted.
shortly, hopefully.
I want to get him on before we have to go off because I want to see what's going on down there.
I have a question.
This is going to be
for you.
more interesting than Kamala's speech. Can you imagine her speech? I wonder what she's going to say. You know, if they write a speech out for her, I mean, it's impossible to write word salads because you edit.
They're obviously going to have probably one of the best speech writers, probably one of Obama's speech writers. She's probably going to give a very eloquent speech. I don't doubt that.
Will she
but
giggle?
the problem is the words don't match her actions and how she's behaved her whole political career.
Will she giggle?
I doubt
Cackle,
it.
cackle.
I think they've kind of counseled her on that.
Well, every time she walks out, she's cackling like a cackle.
Well, she's not cackling anymore, but she is smiling because of the joy thing.
Well, that's why she's
You
cackling.
got to show happiness everywhere.
She still makes noises, Maria. I heard it
You
the
heard
other
noises?
day.
Oh dear.
I heard the noises. And
She's expected at 10:45 tonight.
and Mr. Goofball.
Oh, something about him rubs me the wrong way. We're gonna find out something happened in that high school. I don't know. I don't know. I get creepo vibes of that guy. He was ahead of the
Mr.
gay
Goofy?
club
You
of
think
the
Mr.
kids.
Goofy?
I don't know.
They said he was Mr. Goofy, but that's pretty benign, Mr. Goofy, just that he's a big jackass.
We got to continue staying on message, but here's my question to you, Mayor Giuliani, because you're a political expert. There's so much censorship, so much propaganda. We got simple facts. We don't even have to say eloquent words, right? We had it up on our screen tonight, the difference between Trump and Biden-Harris administration. How do we reach those independents? How? How do we get a word out?
I do think that with a few exceptions that have been noted, and you can never get perfection, I do think that for 5 to 6 weeks now, President Trump has been as good a candidate as he's ever been, or as we can expect. And I think he's targeted it really, really well and resisted, the temptations to go crazy with the crazy stuff they're doing is enormous. And he stayed away from it. And he stayed on things like, and even though it might be somewhat boring, but it gets through, the economy, what he's going to do about the economy. He stayed on the tips, no tax on tips. Taxes are going to go down. We're going to today the border.
Yeah.
Today he stayed right on the border. Yeah. That was it. Talked about the border. Went down there. Another attempt to kill him, but he went down to the border to point out that he's going to close the border. This is what he's got to do. Those are the issues are the economy, right?
Yep.
One.
Economy's number one, which switched. During the primary.
By 2 to 1.
Yeah. During the primary, number one was illegal aliens coming through the southern border. And then it was economy. But now it's economy number one.
I think it's immigration second.
Yeah. It is, definitely. All the polling shows that. Yeah. For this crowd we had today from Chicago, it was their number one issue.
And then I would say, what's number?
Inflation. Well, you get that with economy.
See, some people break it up differently. Some people don't. I don't. I consider economy and inflation the same thing. And I think third, is abortion third? I don't think so.
I don't know. That used to be number 8. It wasn't really on anybody's mind per se.
Well, crime, maybe?
Yeah.
Crime, I would say.
Yeah.
So if he stays on those things.
Here's what I worry about, though. We elect Donald Trump. That's not the end of it. People don't realize our president, the way our structure is in our government, it's not like you're the CEO and all ownership is on you and you can make changes. We need a good Congress. We need a good Senate.
Can we worry about one thing at a time?
Yes. Yes, okay.
The ideal solution is a trifecta. Trump, Republican House, Republican Congress, a Republican Senate, and we're there. Then 2 out of 3. And then at least the presidency. With the presidency, you can stop it. Just think of all the executive orders, and you have the bully pulpit. And I do believe that if Trump wins, it will be a three-way thing. Because I think he'll win because of a national sentiment that the Democratic Party is a party representing another country, not the United States. It's a difference between a party that has America first and the party that has America not at all. This isn't a party that puts America first and then another party that puts America third. This is a party that puts America first and a party that's functioning for another country and for other values, either Chinese communist values or greed. The party has absolutely nothing to do with American values. It's not even an American party any longer. It's a party of some alien group.
Well, you've been calling for them to change their name because the Democrat Party was the party of slavery. That's just a historical fact. They were the party that fought to keep slavery, the Southern Democrats. They were the party aligned with the KKK. It was the party after the Civil War when Grant became our president. He had a great let's see if we can hear Ted and see what Ted is up to on the ground with the pro-Palestine protesters.
That's right. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Ted.
Okay,
How are you?
Yeah.
These
Okay.
are the people
We're-
protesting Jewish hatred, right?
That's right. We're just blocks from the United Center where I would say the largest protest of the week is taking place. Again, straight ahead, that is the United Center. Straight down there, the Democrat National Convention is happening. And then right over here is the protest. Again, the largest protest of the week, I would say. And again, we're just blocks from the Democrat National Convention. Straight down that way, you see the United Center in the distance. Also the home of Chicago Blackhawks and the Chicago Bulls.
It seems a long distance. Is that just the camera, or is it that far?
That's a good 5 blocks away. 2 or 3 blocks away, I'd say.
Okay, it's closer then. Okay.
United Center straight down that way. And then right here is the protest. The protest has come to a standstill. They're right behind us marching by. Above us, you see the famous elevated train system here in Chicago known as the L. There's the protest. Again, this is the front end of the protest. They're kind of they're on the move again, so we'll go back and follow them.
When you say front end, how far back does it go, Ted? How many blocks under the L? I assume it's all under the L. Is that correct?
That's right. At this point, they're coming. They're heading east. What street is this? We'll get the street for you here. But they're heading east away. They're crossing the United Center. The United Center is right up there, about 3 blocks. Again, some tactics we've seen all week. Chicago police have deployed their own cameras, which is kind of a sign of the times, right? As technology is advancing, basically every person out here has their own recording device. Chicago police doesn't want to be behind the 8 ball when it comes to technology, so they didn't.
Ted, could you put the microphone a little closer to your face?
Yeah.
So, Ted, they actually seem kind of calm. One of the other nights, I don't know if it was Monday or Tuesday night, they were a pretty rambunctious crowd. They didn't listen to police orders. 72 people got arrested that particular night, and they were just rough. Right now, these people seem to be going on the route they're supposed to instead of trying to push the police. Is that correct?
That's right. And I'm going to put the mic in here and give you a quick update. That's right. So the protest tonight, as of now, but again, right, we haven't even, it's still daytime out. So I guess you could say at this point it's remained peaceful. The rhetoric is increasing. Of course, the usual chants that we see. And Chicago police is doing a good job of staying on top of staying in front of the protest here. As you can see, we have
I know. I like what they're doing.
A group of
What street are you on, Ted?
My left side is the protest. Again, we're on the front. We're at the front end of this protest. But again, this is the largest protest of the week, and we'll we'll make our way through it here in a moment to give you an idea of the size.
What street? Give us the streets that you're at.
Police movement. Again, the bikes here, part of their the tactics here deployed by Chicago police to keep control here. They have a line of bikes coming up and down the one side of the protest here on the street.
Ted?
We're just blocks from the United Center. Here in West Chicago. I'm going to now head back to my audio system so I can hear any follow-up questions you may have.
Oh, he couldn't hear us yet.
Ted,
He's going to head back to his audio system.
I got you guys.
You can now hear?
Can you hear, Ted?
I put on my enhanced mic. When I do that, I lose my ability to hear.
Then tell me tell me the streets, the exact streets you're on.
Hey, Brett, can you get me the street that we're on? Do you know what street we're on? Can you get the street that we're on right now? They're actually live on. We're live on the air. Sir, what street is it? Lake Street. So this is Lake Street.
Right.
We're currently heading eastbound on Lake Street. We just passed Wolcott. So we just passed the corner of Wolcott and Lake Street on Chicago's on the west
You're on
side.
You're on Lake Street.
We're on Lake Street.
And
We're on Lake Street and Wolcott. We passed
Wilcox? Did you say Wilcox?
Wilcox.
Walcott. You're saying Walcott, aren't you? You're on Lake and Walcott.
WALCO. That's right. Well, we passed Walcott now. We're on Lake, and we're about to hit the next street here. I'll let you know which one. My apologies, I am not local.
I see where you are. And you're headed to
well, my question was, they must have a route they got a permit on, right? They must have a route they're allowed to go.
Yes, they do. They do. They have exactly right. That's exactly right.
Ted, if you could hear me, there was a woman right to your, my left on the screen. She keeps holding up a little thing. What is that? Can you tell? This lady. Yeah, what is that? 666, sign of the devil.
We don't want that. Sorry, we don't want that. All right, keep walking.
Keep walking, Ted says. She's gonna put a hex on you.
Are you remaining? Are you remaining at? Are you yourself remaining at West Lake and Walcott, or are you moving?
He's moving.
No, I am moving with the protest. And the gentleman in front of me is actually Chicago Police Department. They've done a great job of controlling this protest. That gentleman right there is Chicago Police, and they have a good handle on this thing as of now.
I saw that gentleman with Chicago Police in action a couple nights ago. He's tough. He's the one you commented on, Rudy, with his stance.
Yeah, he's and he's keeping a good control on things here. But of course, the night is young.
Yeah.
And again, this is the largest protest we've seen to date. This is the largest protest we've seen this week.
And you know there's going to be bad actors in there.
So if people want to know where you are, I can show them. He's right here. That's West Lake right there. Here's West Lake right here. And he's headed this way.
So what is your biggest concern?
And the United Center is down here. It's down here. Over here. This is where the convention. This is where the convention is. Do you know what they're headed for, Ted?
They have their pre-planned route that was approved by the city of Chicago. They're making their way back to Union Square Park. They just blocked the way. And of course, above us is the famous elevated train system, the L. Again, we're heading eastbound on Lake Street. We are now at the corner of Lake and Wood. Lake and Wood on Chicago's west side.
Lake and Wood. Have you passed North Paulina?
He may not.
Yes. We're coming up. I recognize that name. I'm not sure, but I do know Paulina's around here.
Okay.
But here's the United Center is that away.
Yep. I see where you are.
There's Wood.
Have you passed North Ashland Avenue?
We are on Lake Street heading eastbound, and we just are passing Wood, heading eastbound.
Wood.
If you have an opportunity to ask a few of the protesters if they have empathy for the Jewish people in the attack that happened on October 7th.
Hi, question for you. Can I ask you guys a question? All right, I'm going to put my mic back in.
Okay.
You'll know that they're not going to want to answer. It's like pulling teeth with these guys. Let's see if we can do it.
Are you guys willing to join us in a call for the release of all hostages?
I don't consent to this.
Only that call for the release of all hostages.
Consent to this.
Is that a no?
That's a good question, Ted. Well, I think we lost Ted momentarily. He's brave to be out there. I do agree. He's kind of hinting because I made the comment that it's seems peaceful and they're following the pre-planned route.
They're very far from the convention.
He said
that's
young.
why I'm looking at it.
It's a young night, and he's got experience all this week when it's gotten pretty out of hand as the night goes on.
So that's exactly where they are. Where if you look at my map here, you see the little red dot here. That's exactly where they are, right there. And if you want to put it up a little so you can see it, that's where the United Center is, right down here. So they're here, the convention is here, and they're headed that way. They're not headed that way.
No, they're blocked off from going down the street of the convention.
So they're it looks like they're further from the convention that they are, but if you count the blocks, they're 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks, 5 blocks when you consider this. So if they wanted to walk to it, they would have to walk 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the entrance is around here somewhere. So they're a good distance, and they're headed this way. They're headed in this direction, which is, in terms of significance to the convention, nowheresville.
Well, I would imagine they don't give them they wouldn't allow them near.
Unless there's some kind of an event in this part of Chicago that we're not aware of, right? Unless there's some kind of an event. It seems almost to me, having policed many protests, as a pointless protest.
Well, yeah, but you wouldn't have allowed people next to.
No,
certain,
of course.
Yeah.
No, I'm enormously.
I've been impressed with the Chicago
I'm enormously
police.
impressed with the Chicago police. I think they've stepped all over this. But I also, and this is not to take anything away from the Chicago police, I don't think these people put everything into it that they could. I mean, they could have done much more damage than they did.
Mayor, in our final minutes of the show, we do have Ted back.
Yeah, Ted.
Hey guys, not only am I back, I just got off the phone. We have, I'm going to get passes for the convention. So I'm not sure how much longer you want to stay live, but
I'll stay live if you're going to get into the convention. I'll stay with you until you get into the convention.
Show after you.
Well, I'll stay here until.
Okay.
Yes, we'll be. You stay in contact with us.
Let's get back in there. Yeah, so I'm going to hang up, go get this done, and I'll call you back from inside the convention.
Let me know how you're doing, okay? And then we'll play it by ear.
Be safe.
If you're going to be in the convention, we're going to be covering you, okay? We can't let Ted down if he's going to get into that stupid, dumb convention.
Well, Mike Lindell was in the convention yesterday after he shaved his mustache.
That's true.
He went in the convention. At first, he said people didn't recognize him, and then they started to recognize him, and several people asked for a picture. But where we're being told everything's joy, 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 he said that people seemed miserable.
They seemed pretty unhappy?
And hopeless and depressed.
They seemed pretty unhappy?
Yes.
They did?
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
Let's see if we can get the
there's
convention.
I can
Anybody
see
showing the convention?
where there'd be some people that are, I don't know why, but I don't know why. I can't even come up why anybody supports this administration.
Is there an administration? Somebody's trying to figure out.
Who's running the government?
Yeah, somebody's trying to figure out.
I got a good one for you. So you know how the Biden-Harris administration kind of lies to the people? Mm-hmm. And I'm being very gentle by saying kind of. They do lie to the people. Kamala lied to all of us saying he was mentally capable. But anyways, they flubbed up on the job report by a number of 818,000 jobs that were never there. So they lied about that. They go to the secretary, I forget what news program, interviewed her at the DNC. I wish I knew her name. But
the Secretary of Commerce.
Yes.
The skinny one.
Yes. So the reporter says, geez, President Trump just said that the report, the labor report is...
Robina something. They were talking about her for vice president. And then somebody said, well, nobody knows who she is.
So anyways, the reporter says to her, well, the jobs report was wrong by 818,000, President Trump said. Immediately she says, well, I would never believe it because President Trump lies about everything. The ironic thing is she's over that department. She doesn't even know it's being reported everywhere. The report had to be revised.
Well, she was just lying.
But this is an example of the incompetent administration. We have a man dressing as a woman, Rachel Levine, that's over Health and Human Services, who says it's okay to mutilate children. We have Pete Buttigieg, who spent so much time on his maternity leave. He let, East Palestine burn. The whole administration
Pete Buttigieg
is
was
incompetent.
was a complete idiot of a mayor. He ruined a little tiny city.
And then who else do we have? Merrick Garland, who uses his department as a weapon against political opponents. He targets Catholics who go to Latin Mass. He targets parents who speak out at school boards. Like the whole administration. We don't have one person we can believe in. Janet Yellen refuses to give the Judicial Committee information that 150 plus bank red alerts on the Bidens. She refuses to give the committee the information. Nothing happens to her. This is the frustration of most American people.
Well, we're going to take a short break.
Yes.
And then we're going to come back and see how Ted is doing on the floor of the convention and what's going on the floor of the convention. Okay?
Hello, Mike Lindell here, and I'm welcoming you to the world of precious metals. Congratulations on taking that first step in getting your financial house in order. I think you're making a very smart decision with this. One that could protect not only you and your savings from an unstable world, but your family as well. So go ahead and fill in the information form on this page, and you're going to get a prompt phone call from one of Gold Coast's precious metal specialists. They're going to verify your information. Then you're going to get a free 2024 gold and silver kit sent directly to your doorstep. There's no shipping, no hassle, no nothing. Just a free information kit to help you learn more about the power of precious metals like gold and silver. I want you to do your own research like I did. You're going to be amazed about what precious metals can do for you. I'm excited to be partnering with Goldco. They're an amazing company with an impressive track record. And because you're a fan of mine, Goldco is also going to fill you in on details of how you can qualify for a 10% instant match in bonus silver on qualified orders. Plus a 1/2 ounce silver Ronald Reagan coin absolutely free for qualified callers. That's right, absolutely free. I mean, it's really a great offer. So congratulations again on taking the first step to protecting and diversifying your savings. Thanks for watching the show, and I'll see you again soon. God bless. Hello, everybody. It's Mike Lindell live from Chicago for the Democrat National Convention. We're here with Frank Speech, and for $2, you get exclusive wall-to-wall coverage of everything going on in here in Chicago, including myself going in disguise, shaving off my mustache. You're going to have all the footage right here. You're going to get an email with notice of that when we're going inside the Democrat Convention in disguise. So sign up now, and it's going to be a blast. You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen-size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay. Order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks, America! Hello, Mike Lindell here, and I'm welcoming you to the world of precious metals. Congratulations on taking that first step in getting your financial house in order. I think you're making a very smart decision with this. one that could protect not only you and your savings from an unstable world, but your family as well. So go ahead and fill in the information form on this page, and you're going to get a prompt phone call from one of Goldco's precious metal specialists. They're going to verify your information. Then you're going to get a free 2024 gold and silver kit sent directly to your doorstep. There's no shipping, no hassle, no nothing. Just a free information kit to help you learn more about the power of precious metals like gold and silver. I want you to do your own research like I did. You're going to be amazed about what precious metals can do for you. I'm excited to be partnering with Goldco. They're an amazing company with an impressive track record. And because you're a fan of mine, Goldco is also going to fill you in on details of how you can qualify for a 10% instant match in bonus silver on qualified orders. Plus, a 1/2 ounce silver Ronald Reagan coin absolutely free for qualified callers. That's right, absolutely free. I mean, it's really a great offer. So congratulations again on taking the first step to protecting and diversifying your savings. Thanks for watching the show, and I'll see you again soon. God bless.
We're a community of proud, fearless patriots who aren't afraid of wearing our values on our sleeve. We are Honor Bound USA, and we proudly declare our declaration to God, family, and country. When you visit our website, you'll find a line of products that embody our commitment to pray, stand, speak, and act. As the official site for the Conservative Daily Podcast branded products, we have t-shirts to hoodies to beanies. We also have the powerful documentary from Professor David Clements, Let My People Go. Explore our collection today, because when you're honor bound, you're not just wearing a brand, you're embodying a lifestyle.
Hello, everybody. It's Mike Lindell live from Chicago for the Democrat National Convention. We're here with Frank Speech, and for $2, you get exclusive wall-to-wall coverage of everything going on in here in Chicago, including myself going in disguise, shaving off my mustache. You're going to have all the footage right here. You're going to get an email with notice of that when we're going inside the Democrat Convention in disguise. So sign up now, and it's going to be a blast.
Hi, this is Rudy Giuliani. I'm back with you, and I'm going to turn things over to Joe. He's going to take you the rest of the way right up to the most exciting point in the night.
Yeah, so
when Cackle comes out at 10:45 to give her acceptance speech, which the big question is, this will be the first major speech on time if she gets out there at 10:45. All of them have been 45 minutes late. Generally, you're supposed to do an acceptance speech from the 5 conventions I'm aware of at 10 o'clock. Think about television, prime time. Prime time is what, anywhere from 7 to 9, 10.
Yeah.
You could stretch it to 11, right? 9 to 10 is better than 10 to 11. So the minute you're not in the 9 to 10 zone, you're sacrificing audience. You go over 11, you're in the old Johnny Carson territory. And Biden they had on at 11:45, but that was on purpose. You would think they'd want to have her on in prime time, but maybe they don't.
Yeah, so
maybe they don't want Cackler on.
So what do you think? What do you think the outcome? I don't see any wins. I don't see any wins to this DNC.
Joy.
Now you did hear strength through joy. Did you Google that?
Maybe. I don't think I strength. I
so
wish I did.
Do you know where strength through joy comes from? It was used in 1937 by Nazi Germany. Can somebody find that for me, please?
You got to be kidding. I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I didn't do it.
Here you go. No, so there's Google. You put it up there. You see, yeah.
Strength through joy. It comes from.
Pull up that on the side. You should have the one.
Well, you got to have fun with that tonight.
So this literally states it was a propaganda. So the Strength Through Joy was a German NSDAP operated leisure organization in Nazi Germany.
Oh, you got to be kidding!
Part of the German Labor Front,
and it's from.
It's founded in 1933.
It's in crazy left wing Wikipedia too.
I mean, they're not even hiding it. And if you go through and look at it, it was one of the promotions that was done. And in 1937, it was used by Hitler. It was a part of the National Labor Organization at that time. He said it was founded in November 27th, 1933.
It was good for Volksmanschaften. That's good.
Yeah.
That's what we just need, Volksmanschaften.
But
well, Karl Schwab will be very pleased with this new slogan for one world.
But how? How you know
this
what
will be wonderful because we'll be able to organize them all, and they will not be unhappy because they're poor.
And everybody will be poor.
Everybody but him.
So let's talk about earlier today. We had people from Chicago that were here.
Strength through joy.
Yeah. And the people that were here saying they voted for Biden and went to vote for President Trump, they're going to vote for President Trump. They kept saying that things right now are terrible. I'm just trying to figure out what kind of joy that we are really pushing towards. You have Gavin Newsom that literally got on a stage when he was asked what was happening in California, and he said their failed policies are what led to what happened in California. Mm-hmm. You have Chris Cuomo that's talking about the people that are funding the DNC are literally just above us, spending $500,000 to $1 million, while down here they're talking about regulating the people up top that were actually funding the DNC. I mean, I gotta ask the question. In this upside down world, how does anyone look at them with any sort of seriousness? How do we look at the policies that happen in politics?
If they keep the mirror of propaganda, of doublespeak, manipulation over them, right? It's a manipulation. It's such a devious manipulation. They change the meaning of words.
You're right.
So they use the I always use as an example so people get it about Orwell. The Ministry of War is the Ministry of Peace. It's called the Ministry of Peace, but they conduct all the wars.
Right.
So I am the Minister of War. So when you come out, people don't know you're declaring a war. They just change the meaning of inflation. There's no inflation. Prices are just going up. Okay,
I can't.
That is inflation. Prices are just going. It's not inflation. It's just prices going up.
Why is it that people can? And I look at it it makes me sad. I mean, yesterday was a very sad night for me because I keep thinking about how people are suffering, but they're driving themselves into the suffering. Now I know that they're going to steal the election. Elon Musk today did a informal poll. Or yesterday, informal poll about who's going to vote for in the election. 73% voted for Trump. You have polls that are out there saying that frankly they're neck and neck. You have other polls that are saying that Kamala's up by 5 points. It doesn't make any sense. How do you have a person that got less than 1% when she ran for president, the most unpopular vice president in U.S. history? I mean, by far, when polled, most unpopular, and then all of a sudden. She takes over for Basement Biden, and all of a sudden, now she's the darling of the country. And in every way, shape, and form, they're walking away from the fact that the last 3.5 years, 3 years and 8 months, have been run by them. And they're saying that, they're going to, when they get in office, they're going to change everything. This is reminiscent of Obama in 2008 and 2012. All of his policies were failing. And then all of a sudden, he beats Romney convincingly.
Yeah, and they do it based on feeling. It goes back to Clinton. I feel your pain, yeah, but what do you do about it? You don't do anything about it. It's atmospherics. It's using television atmospherics even more than movie atmospherics. That's what they're counting on, and I don't think they're counting on winning. I think they're counting on being close enough so they can steal it. I think their real worry, and that's why they got rid of Biden, was that Trump could really just knock him out of the ballpark. I mean, if you win 45 states, you just can't steal.
Well, but there's another issue that we're facing, and that is we still have not addressed. One of the things we did over the first 2 days, we talked about the 50 states, and what is overwhelmingly clear after you look at all 50 states and you run it through 2 days is that they still have bloated voter rolls that they have not repaired. That you have places that are Republican run, and those Republican run areas stood in opposition of cleaning up the voter rolls when that should not be a trivial thing. It should not be something that's debatable. And you're Republicans, and Republicans are saying that this is what you should do, but they're not doing that. You still have unclear lines on mail-in ballots. You still have unclear lines on what the machines can and cannot do, whether or not they are or are not connected to the internet, whether there are or are not vulnerabilities inside the system that were exploited by people inside of Dominion voting system specifically. When we're talking about Dominion, proven, by the way, proven facts. They know that they did it. You can see that the information came out of Patrick Byrne's lawsuit with Dominion out of D.C., and yet they're still hiding things from us as if we're children and walking away from it and saying, oh, yeah, we're going to go into this election, everything's going to be fine, we're going to use the machines, and let's move on. Mayor, this just, it seems ridiculous, not just absurd, but ridiculously absurd. I can't even put a cap on how ridiculous this election is going to be. And I don't even think it's. I mean, if you didn't have the machines and it was mail-in, non-mail-in ballots, I don't see a place in this country where the Democrats would have office. Not even the city of Chicago.
Well, I think that's the point. Is are you asking me? Do I think they could steal this election? Yes. Are you asking me? Do I think they will steal this election? Possible. Do I think it could be a big enough blowout so they can't? Yes.
Okay.
I mean, there can be a big enough blowout. They almost got there last time, panicked. When we reached 800,000 in Philadelphia, I was in the White House on a computer, several computers, communicating with people in 8 different states. And Newt Gingrich was with me. And when we hit 800,000, we went like this. Newt and I did.
Yeah.
Like this.
Yeah.
And it was the first time it occurred to me. I said, we're beyond being stolen. And we called over a guy who was a mathematician. And he said, you guys are golden now. This is mathematically impossible. He looked at the numbers. He looked at what was left. He said, they can't do it. Well, of course, we weren't thinking about they're going to create more votes.
Yeah.
The 800,000 is a hell of a lead. In the old days, before they could create the unlimited number of paper ballots, they could still fix machines. They could still fix votes, but only within a certain, they had a range, 2%, 3%. Yeah. You go too far, and it gets ridiculous, becomes too obvious. This election last time gave them 2.5 million paper ballots instead of 200,000. This time they're not going to have quite that many. The range is going to be a little bit more constricted.
Well, what if we do this?
There is going to be a little bit more. There is going to be not perfect, but a little bit more scrutiny, and we just got to do better than a close election if we want to overcome the steal. I mean, if we get a close election, they'll steal it from us.
I just don't see it as a close election. I see it. You see that how they come out mathematically.
But that's what they're trying. They're trying to. I also think that they were trying to create a situation where you can steal, because if you went into election with Biden, right, and we were winning in 48 of the 50 states by 10 points, then you can't steal. People will go nuts. You'll have a revolution. But if things are within 2 points, even if Trump's ahead by 2 points, and you are expecting a close election,
right,
and you can steal it. So there's a lot to this that they're still working on. I want to ask you about the Kennedy thing.
Yeah.
What do you think? If he endorses Trump, help?
I think, first of all, I think it would help. I think it will help. But more importantly, there's a divide that we're not having a conversation about. The people that were going to vote for Kennedy did not see President Trump or Kamala Harris or Biden as viable candidates, right? They didn't want them as their choice. So now they're going to have to make some sacrifices. Some of those people that are voting for Kennedy are Democrats, right? They're tried and true. They'll do whatever. It doesn't matter if they drive them into the ocean. They're going to vote for a Democrat. Well, they wanted Kennedy, right? And so they're going to have a hard time swallowing that. So there's going to have to be some sort of unification that happens between the two candidates,
right?
To say that, hey, this is what we're willing to do or we're willing to look at. The other candidates that are voting for Kennedy because they didn't want Trump for other reasons that are Republicans, and there's a lot of them. There's millions of them.
Might be more.
So those people will have an easier time of saying, okay, Robert Kennedy's doing the math. He's very smart. He stayed committed for the last 3 decades. Say whatever you want about Junior, but he is a force to be reckoned with. He has stood up for truth long before even truth was even uttered, right? And he's paid the price. As a Kennedy, he's paid the price for it. Ostracized in multiple ways, especially when it comes to vaccines and things related to vaccines. So I think that we're going to see a polarity in this that is going to be people fighting over those voters. But more importantly, I think that the left is going to try and capitalize on that and say that that's one of the reasons why Kamala wins, is that people couldn't vote for President Trump and they came to win for Kamala. So it does create 2 things. One, it opens up the entire avenue for a narrative that would fit if they use the machines in order to steal the election, which I'm sorry to say, based on the states and what we talked about before, none of those holes are sealed up. So it gives them another avenue. The second part of that is it also gives us an opportunity to expose some things on the Democrat side and create some unity. So, there's good and there's bad. In my opinion, I think that there's probably more good than there is bad. I'd love to see Robert Kennedy make that kind of swing over to President Trump, who really is a centrist candidate. He's not a left, or excuse me, a right candidate anyway.
I talked to him this morning, to Robert Kennedy, and I couldn't get a sense of exactly what basis on which he would do it. I do get a sense he's serious about it. That doesn't mean he's going to do it, but this is not just a joke.
Right.
They are seriously considering it. And the president, I think, is all the way there.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the president's willing to take it and can figure out what he wants to do with it. I thought his running mate was brilliant yesterday in the way she described it, because she put it all on corruption. Which you could do.
Right.
Forget left, right, all the other stuff. You say to yourself, I got a country, one party's corrupt. She said, there's only one corrupt party in this country. It's the Democratic Party. She said there's only one corrupt party in this country. And before we can do anything...
She's mistaken, but that's okay. That's okay.
But she said, and before we can do anything else, we got to fix that.
Right.
All the rest of the stuff we're talking about, we can't fix as long as we have this kind of... And she said it was not even usual corruption, but pervasive, massive corruption.
Right. I could agree with that. But
unless you were like diametrically opposed to each other politically, well, then you do have to join together so that you straighten out the corruption, and then you fight your battle on an even playing field. And I reminded both the president and Bobby of Reagan's "my 80% friend is not my 20% enemy."
Right. Well, there's another opportunity here, and I don't know how you feel about that, but is this look like a time that we could push towards a third party, a party of the people that maybe leaves some of the history behind in both parties and create something that...
In some ways, Trump is a third party.
He is absolutely a third party.
He took the Republican Party, but the real stalwarts, I'd almost say the stalwarts of the Republican Party are the ones that are the least Trump. Right?
Yeah. So what if we looked at this from a different perspective? What if we looked at it as a culling to tell us exactly how much support President Trump truly has within the country? Mm-hmm. I mean, what if he got 90 million, 100 million people, call it the Freedom Party or the American Party? You would find out very quickly if 70 million or 80 million voted for him, as those people migrate from being Democrats or Republicans over to that party, it would be a clear indication of whether or not people wanted America first. It would be the ultimate poll tester, right? Of people going to that environment. And I think that there's an appetite in this country to get away from the establishment. It's not necessarily Republican or Democrat, because frankly, I'm not opposed to some of the liberal ideologies as long as they're liberal, not progressive. Yeah. I mean, there are certain things that they talk about as far as equal rights. Everybody wants it, although you could argue that it's already there.
I've even thought at times some of the liberal ideologies I disagree with are a good correction to an excessive conservative ideology.
Yes.
The balance and the debate has to be there. Otherwise, we go too far in a different direction. But the Democratic Party isn't liberal anymore. The Democratic Party is fascist. It's a fascist party now.
It borderlines on mental illness in the country almost being a party.
I always had trouble. Dr. Maria and I were talking about the Skokie case.
Yeah.
When the Nazis marched in Skokie. Man, I had a tough time. I had a tough time with that case, even in law school. Like, what are you letting the Nazis march? And I accepted it. When I was mayor, I had to protect the Ku Klux Klan. I mean, I didn't want to, but I did. And then I represented the United States at an anti-Semitism conference in Vienna. And all the countries there are attacking me because we have the First Amendment and we allow people to use anti-Semitic language. You know, in Germany, you go to jail for anti-Semitic language.
Yeah.
Well, no wonder you have so much anti-Semitism. You allow them to say anti-Jewish things. And I try to explain to them the First Amendment. And I really do agree with it. But it does push the line. But what I respected about liberals was, we'll defend your right to speak even if we hate you.
Well, and it's turned from...
Because that's the key to free speech.
And I agree with you. I agree with you fully. And I think you'd agree that the ultimate, the far, far right and the far left, they touch like wings of the same bird.
Yeah.
So if you cut off those wings of that
that's where you get fascism.
Right,
yeah.
Right.
Well, Joe, I'm going to leave the convention to you. I think I may stay up and listen to her cackle, but I'm not sure.
the cackle, and we will try to do you proud while we're here.
You always do. You guys are great. You're absolutely great.
So
and don't forget Ted. Get him home safe. I'm going to need him. I'm going to need him tomorrow.
Is he on?
He's having too much fun. He's having. Come on.
What an amazing young man. He really is.
He is. When you get him excited like this, you can't stop him.
No,
you can't stop him. He's probably driving those people crazy too. He's exactly the right guy to send there. You know, Mike. He says Mike engages them too much. You know, Mike gives them what they want. He fights with them and he fights with them.
Yeah.
He like they don't know where he's coming from.
Because he asks questions that are strictly moral.
Like the one he got right? $300 million or something, where he asked a girl down at the NYU protest, "Why are you here?" And she said, "I don't know." And then she said, "Let me ask my girlfriend, the more educated one." She said, "Why are we here?" She looks up from her book and she says, "I'm not sure." And it was a violent protest.
Oh.
Well, see you guys tomorrow. God bless America.
And maybe we have a third party.
Maybe we have a third party, and maybe we have tomorrow's Friday, right?
Yeah, Friday.
Maybe we got Kennedy supporting Trump, and that becomes the beginning of it.
Yeah, I'm going to pray for that. Actually, I'm not going to pray for that. I'm going to pray for God's will to be done. But
yeah, that's a better way to do it.
But if I get a seat at the table and I can say this is what I want to happen, I'll say, well, maybe this is what I think.
I said a prayer like that today. I actually said a prayer to Jesus, and I said, I don't usually pray for you for I once prayed to him for winning a case, and I felt very embarrassed that it bothered him winning a case. I won the case. I said, this time I think I have to pray for you, because it's for the country.
Yeah.
This one is just it's not about Trump winning, or it's about we got to save the country. And anyway, Jesus, the other side doesn't like you.
Yeah, it doesn't like him. But the problem is Jesus loves everybody. So it's just a matter of how much he wants to take it.
It's about time, Jesus does know you got enough's enough.
Right. I agree with you. I wish he'd do that soon. Though. I don't want the second coming necessarily.
Not necessarily the second coming, but
I want some sensibility.
Messing around with the Last Supper? Come on.
Yeah, you're not even done yet.
Supper alone.
All right, we're going to go to a commercial break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by the professor.
Hello, Mike Lindell here, and I'm welcoming you to the world of precious metals. Congratulations on taking that first step in getting your financial house in order. I think you're making a very smart decision with this, one that could protect not only you and your savings from an unstable world, but your family as well. So go ahead and fill in the information form on this page, and you're going to get a prompt phone call from one of Gold Coast's precious metal specialists. They're going to verify your information. Then you're going to get a free 2024 gold and silver kit sent directly to your doorstep. There's no shipping, no hassle, no nothing. Just a free information kit to help you learn more about the power of precious metals like gold and silver. I want you to do your own research like I did. You're going to be amazed about what precious metals can do for you. I'm excited to be partnering with Goldco. They're an amazing company with an impressive track record. And because you're a fan of mine, Goldco is also going to fill you in on details of how you can qualify for a 10% instant match in bonus silver on qualified orders. Plus a 1/2 ounce silver Ronald Reagan coin absolutely free for qualified callers. That's right, absolutely free. I mean, it's really a great offer. So congratulations again on taking the first step to protecting and diversifying your savings. Thanks for watching the show, and I'll see you again soon. God bless. You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets, only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen-size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay. Order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks, America! Hello, Mike Lindell here, and I'm welcoming you to the world of precious metals. Congratulations on taking that first step in getting your financial house in order. I think you're making a very smart decision with this, one that could protect not only you and your savings from an unstable world, but your family as well. So go ahead and fill in the information form on this page, and you're going to get a prompt phone call from one of Goldco's precious metal specialists. They're going to verify your information. Then you're going to get a free 2024 gold and silver kit sent directly to your doorstep. There's no shipping, no hassle, no nothing. Just a free information kit to help you learn more about the power of precious metals like gold and silver. I want you to do your own research like I did. You're going to be amazed about what precious metals can do for you. I'm excited to be partnering with Goldco. They're an amazing company with an impressive track record. And because you're a fan of mine, Goldco is also going to fill you in on details of how you can qualify for a 10% instant match in bonus silver on qualified orders. Plus a 1/2 ounce silver Ronald Reagan coin absolutely free for qualified callers. That's right, absolutely free. I mean, it's really a great offer. So congratulations again on taking the first step to protecting and diversifying your savings. Thanks for watching the show, and I'll see you again soon. God bless.
We're a community of proud, fearless patriots who aren't afraid of wearing our values on our sleeve. We are Honor Bound USA, and we proudly declare our declaration to God, family, and country. When you visit our website, you'll find a line of products that embody our commitment to pray, stand, speak, and act. As the official site for the Conservative Daily Podcast branded products, we have t-shirts to hoodies to beanies. We also have the powerful documentary from Professor David Clements, Let My People Go. Explore our collection today, because when you're honor bound, you're not just wearing a brand, you're embodying a lifestyle.
Welcome back.
Hey.
Hey. Last day of the DNC, and much to do about a lot. How about somebody talking to my ear? Are you talking to me, or are you talking to? Let's pull up, if we can. Let's put up what's happening on the stage right now. I think they're going to be having Pink on here in a minute. Reminds me to remove everything that is Pink from my phone. Actually, I don't think I have anything that's Pink on my phone. Do you have anything Pink? Do you have anything listening to Pink in your phone?
No, God, no. Oh, it's Giffords.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, let's go ahead and hear just a little bit of this.
Trafficking. Kamala stood up to Wall Street and the drug company. She will protect abortion tests. She will defend our freedom. She saved lives. Join me in voting for Kamala Harris. Mama!
why, but I feel like
I had the honor of meeting Vice President Harris when I got to introduce her when she spoke at my.
All right. Well, you know, the thing about Giffords, you know, she's obviously struggling from, you know, being the victim of being shot. But, you know, I see very, very little that separates her from the cognitive ability of every Democrat from a policy standpoint. I'm not trying to be facetious, but she's actually more authentic about her disability than the madness that we see at the DNC and the policies.
They had a discussion today about gun control. And, you know, today when we were in here, we had the guy that stood up and he was like, yeah, I'm 70 years old. I'm voting for, you know, he says, I'm old. I'm voting for Trump. He goes, and we have gun violence on the street. And everyone here wanted to just go by it when he said, and the only answer is to just get rid of guns, right? And so I said, you know, kept getting interrupted. Everybody wanted to interrupt me. Now, I stayed quiet for most of the deal and let Mike talk and let other people talk, right? And so, but I really wanted to dig into the questions of things. And when he said that, I went, I was like, oh no. What's that? Yeah, we don't care about Pink. We're fine. Pink's fine. You can put a little box up there if you want so we can just see it as we're talking. If we see anybody interesting that we want to bring in. No, make us the big box and then the little box. Can we do that? But I let them have it. I go, look, I've been all over the world. I've seen all the countries or many of the countries where they have gotten rid of guns. They've taken guns out of the hands of the people and tyranny ensues. And you can look no further than going to your southern border to Mexico, where the only people that have guns are the cartels and the police. And then many times the police are the cartels. And I said, look, a well-armed society is a polite society. And frankly, and I just walked through it. I was like, a young man goes and gets a gun because he wants to protect himself because the only ones that have guns are the criminals. And then he gets rolled up by the police, and the police find the gun, and then he gets charged with a felony. He loses ability to have a gun, but he needed a gun to defend himself. So then we throw him in prison, and he represents $500,000 a year. That guy literally is a walking meal ticket for someone that invests in private prisons. And so I just walked through it with him, and at the very end, he's like, yeah. And I was like, so taking away gun rights, there should be more guns. People should be taught how to use those guns. People in this community, if they were packing, there would not be a young man that's running up or a thug running up, taking shots at someone, and everyone else scattering for cover. Everyone would pull their gun, put it at that guy, and put him down like a dog. That's what would happen.
Gun deaths would plummet in Chicago. And you had this room was packed this afternoon. And I told you, like, our vision for them is be a gun owner, protect yourself. And you want to create an environment of deterrence. You want to create an environment where someone has to think before they go into a store or they victimize someone. And that's what firearm ownership allows you to have. It creates a doubt in the mind of the criminal before they do something.
Yeah. Because they
don't know if someone can respond and defend themselves.
And the more times that people defend themselves and take shots at them, the better off it is. It looks like we have Ted. Do we have Ted? Is Ted out there? Where's Ted at? We got Ted. He is on the street. Ted.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. Where are you at, brother?
Right. Well, we've kind of ran into a small snag in the process of getting into the Democrat National Convention. They, at this time, are only allowing state-sponsored media into the convention hall, this coming from the Democrat Party. So we're actually stuck here outside with dozens of other members of the press unable to get in. They're only allowing certain members of the media in at this time. We are live. We are just south of the United Center, just a couple of blocks, and we're being held up. Only certain members of the press are being allowed entrance at this time.
Ted, do you happen to have with you a Trans Lives Matters T-shirt that you can change into quickly and get back in line and see if they'll let you in then?
Well, my understanding is that you must be state-approved media at this time. It's almost worse than Russia, right?
Well, why don't you tell them we are state-approved? Listen. Tell them we are state-approved.
I let them know, but they're not. They don't agree. So then they make the decision. So.
Well, tell that guy right there in the boy, girl, man.
No, he's being nice. We're not going to put him on blast. He's just following orders. So,
Okay, so we are state
this
sponsored.
This is coming
We're
from upstairs. This is coming. We've let them know, and they're not allowing us in at this time. We have the press. We have the badge from the Democrat National Committee Arena Press, Monday through Thursday. However, we are not being allowed in. We're being filmed by a friend here. I won't call him a friend, but another member of the non-state sponsored press. How do you feel not getting in, sir? You're out here with me, brother.
We're just waiting.
What are we waiting for?
Man, he's got a Mike Tyson voice too. It's good.
All right, guys, I'm going to enhance the audio here. I'm going to lose you for a second so I can get my friend here. Do you want to say who you're with?
No, I think I'm just trying to.
You're waiting, but they're not letting us in, and they haven't even said whether they will at any point.
Safety concern.
It's a safety concern. Well, we're not state sponsored, right?
I don't think it has anything to do with the media. I think it's just a safety concern. A number of people that
you're willing to remain gracious with hopes that they'll let you in, right? Yeah, I pretty much burned every bridge.
Hey, tell him if you would.
There's less chance now that I'll get in than 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I would agree.
But however, I'm curious to hear from folks here who are waiting patiently. Is this just, are we like waiting for approval from the party apparatus? Doesn't it kind of seem that way? Like we're waiting for approval from this gentleman here, he's approved. State approved media, they have the sticker. There's some sort of sticker you need that says approved by the Democrat Party.
Hey, go ahead and ask him if you can have his sticker.
That they are nominating their candidate. This stuff's kind of bring us back to the Soviet days, right? State-sponsored press only. You're not state-sponsored. You wait outside. But a lot of our friends here, they're willing to play nice in hopes that they'll be allowed in at some point. My concern is that they won't tell you you're not getting in. They'll just let you wait out here until, midnight or so, and then you'll make your way home.
Willing to take the chance right now.
So willing to take the chance. So
very excited for what the Democratic Party has to offer.
What do they have to offer?
What exactly is it that the Democrat Party has to offer?
I feel like they're doing great things right now, and there's a great future for them.
That's very vague. Let's get some specifics. What does the Democrat Party of today offer?
Have you looked at the stock market over the past 4 years, 3.5 years?
The economy over the past 3.5 years?
Absolutely.
What the Ukraine situation had happened if President Trump was in office?
Putin is very unpredictable. You don't know what he would have done.
Putin invaded under Bush. He invaded under Obama. He invaded under Biden. There's only one of the past 4 presidents he did not invade under, and that's President Trump.
And he's equal rights then, right? He invades under Republicans and Democrats.
Well, I don't want to pick on you here. We're going to continue to wait here. We may have an update from our friend. Well, he's not really a friend, but we'll call him a good guy. Again, we're in a holding pattern. I'm going to go back to my other mic, Joe, so we can hear you guys. We're waiting here with the other members of the press that have not been state approved.
So,
are you with us, Joe?
Yeah, I'm with you. I wanted him to get to the details of what the Democrat Party has been doing. I frankly want to know.
He's hung up on this point about the Democrat Party. Very vague statements. They're doing great things. The whole theme is joy.
What are great things? What great things?
What great things?
Inflation?
Beyond joy, I think there's freedom involved as well. I think that the Democratic Party is moving forward with freedom, which I don't think that the Republican Party offers.
Buzz terms, freedom.
Okay, hold on a second. Ask him.
My host has a question.
Hold on a second. Does he agree? Does he agree that the slogan? Does he agree that the slogan is strength through joy? Does he agree with that statement?
Slogan? Do you agree with the? I guess the slogan is strength through joy.
It's a pillar of American.
Strength through joy is.
Does Tim Walz strike you as a guy who's willing to stand up to the deep state and permanent Washington political class? This guy seem like that type of person to you?
He seems like an honest person. That's what's important.
Okay, so ask him a question, Ted.
Yeah, I'm here.
Strength through joy. That's their slogan, correct? Just say strength through joy.
Strength through joy. Strength through joy. And give us what does that mean to you? Yeah, what does that mean to you? Yeah, I agree. It sounds a little silly, but let's try to break.
Silly. I think throwing around a lot of negativism.
Can you speak up a little bit? I'm sorry, Mike. Guys, I'm putting the mic on so we can hear our friend. We're going to give him one more question. He's patiently waiting. He's being good.
No. Listen. I'm listening. I want him to know this. Strength through joy was first used. Ask him if he knows where strength through joy was first used.
Do you know where "Strength Through Joy" was first used?
As a slogan.
I'm sure that the slogan's been used in history.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
I'm
Okay.
sure it has something to do with the Nazi or something.
Yes, Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany. Exactly. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yikes.
Yes, but obviously we're in America. This is
okay. So you believe using a slogan that pushed millions of people to their death, using a slogan that pushed millions of people to their death, that's appropriate in the United States when there's calls for Marxism and communism. That's appropriate to you.
Yikes! It's a very communist. All right. Well, you've been a good sport. We want you to be able to focus on getting into the Democrat National Convention. Maybe you can send them some positive stories you've written, and that may convince them to give you. Apparently, there's a sticker or some sort of process to get in. But we have a lot of members of the press here waiting, but they're being nice. They're not making a stink like I am. But I do think it's strategic, right? I think they're hopeful if they're nice and good, they'll make their way in at some point. But again, this really does harken back to places like Soviet Russia, right? And the difference between what's happening here in America today and Russia, is that in Russia, they're much more open about it, right? They're much more open about it. They're much more open about it. Here we are at the Democrat National Convention. We have the press badges, and they're not letting us in. They're only allowing state-sponsored media. And I'm willing to wager CBS News is in there, NBC, ABC, CNN, right? They're all in there. And again, not everyone at those outlets are bad people. I actually have friends at these places. But it just goes to show you, once again, what we're dealing with. The Democrat Party of today has a communism problem. The Democrat Party of today has a major problem when it comes to communism.
Hey,
and they don't
strength
like
through
hearing
joy.
it.
Strength through joy.
Exactly. And it can lead down some very dangerous, look, the end result can be very dangerous. What we're seeing with today's Democrat Party, I mean, we really haven't seen for generations. My friend, are you approved? Let's find out if he gets in. Oh, he's good to go. He's good to go. Another one gets in.
He had a
Yeah.
Strength Through Joy sticker.
Strength through joy.
Where press is being banned from entering the site. This coming from the top. We're not blaming anybody here on
Hey,
site.
do you think it's
The
because
Democrat
you're
Party
there?
is not allowing press. Nah, they don't know who I am. I'm not that important. So again, we're out here. Again, look at the line. I'm not sure if this is all. Are you guys press? I believe this is all press. You know, there's a time when the press would be, they would be clamoring to get in. If this was the RNC right now, right, and Trump wasn't letting people in, oh my goodness, this would be all over the news. But everybody here, they're being nice and good. They're being very compliant, and hopefully they'll be allowed in before Kamala. It's Kamala. Remember, think Kamala.
Kamala.
No, it's not Kamala. It's Kamala.
Kamala.
So
hey, Ted, ask them if
Kamala.
Ask those folks there if they dream of climbing the ranks and becoming part of the state-sponsored media, and that's why they're being quiet.
So who here is hopeful to someday be a part of the state-sponsored media where you'll have access to events such as this? Is anyone here hopeful for that? They're not going to show their faces if they want to get there, right?
Oh my gosh, it goes on forever. Look at how many people are back there.
Line. Look at this line. Are you guys pressed? Are you pressed? Okay, so this isn't all press.
No press.
No, there's a lot of press up front. Yeah. Okay. So we can't. We're not going to.
Well, maybe you asked the wrong question, Ted.
We're going to be accurate here. This is not all press.
You confused them.
We value actual news, right? We are not a fake news
Ask
station.
how many people there got paid to be in that
Real
line.
news only. It's not all press here. Just these
Ted,
folks up front.
ask them if they're
getting nervous though. Well, they're getting nervous that they're going to be associated with me when they start letting people in, so they're all looking away. Right? They don't know me, and I'm willing to vouch for them. They're not with me, so I'm willing to vouch for all of them.
But they're
I'm
with
hopeful
her.
They get in.
They're with her.
I'm hopeful they get in. I'm hopeful when they get in that the stories will include the fact that they had to wait outside. Oh, she got in. Yeah. Oh, she got in.
She had a joy pass.
Yeah. So again, folks, just to give our viewers an update, we are live outside the Democrat National Convention, outside the United Center, home of the Chicago Bulls, if you're a basketball fan, and the Chicago Blackhawks for those hockey fans out there. And we are not being allowed entrance again, us and about a couple dozen members of the press, they are not allowing any more press into the building.
Do you want to pull a prank on everybody or no?
What do you have in mind?
I was going to tell everybody that Taylor Swift has just entered the deal and she's giving a free concert.
Okay, so we're getting word that Taylor Swift is now making her way to the stage. Is that correct?
Yeah, with a free
Taylor
concert.
Swift is making her way to the stage inside the. Okay, everyone's quickly checking their phones. You got you guys. That's not happening. That is in fact not happening at this time. Taylor Swift is not
So you
making
just
stage, guys.
fed them some more fake news.
Yeah, they all are looking. They're all looking. They're all checking their phones. Sam, are you entering the arena at this?
Oh no.
She believes so, but she doesn't know, guys. Let's see if she gets in. She's with Elizabeth Warren for Senate. I don't think that's press.
Oh, hey, Pocahontas. Hey, ask her if Pocahontas is really a Native Indian. Does she stick by her story that she's still Native Indian?
And situation here. Who are you with?
I'm with the Massachusetts delegation.
You're a delegate. You should be okay to get in then. You'll be all right. Delegate over here. Can you tell the gentleman in the vest that you're a delegate? Are you a delegate?
I work for the party. I don't have the pass.
Oh, so you're not.
Oh, you work for Pocahontas.
They're letting delegates and state-approved media in only.
Yeah.
You're not a delegate.
I'm not a delegate. No, I work for the party.
Can members of the party enter? To members of the different.
Ted's trying to help out. Trying to help a girl out. Hey, tell her you're single.
Gets in here.
Tell her you're single. Oh,
up here, so okay. Well, she was not. Are you a delegate or a member of the state-approved press? I know they're not going to let you in, unfortunately. Can I interview you real quick? Okay. So, how do you feel about literally dozens of members of the press being barred entering into this convention?
Well, those are your words, not mine. I wouldn't call it being barred. I would say that sometimes when you have prior proper planning, that you.
Here we go. Justifying keeping the press out. Let's go.
Yes. Justifying keep the press out. I think there's a lot of press in the.
State approved press. You guys are good to go. That's some heavy equipment. We got one of the. Yeah, no.
What is your press tonight? What do you have, a POC?
Frank's Speech. We're the hottest new live streaming network.
What
FSBN.
Streaming?
That's right.
See, I have live streaming at my house too, baby. With this phone right here, and I have an iPhone. So what's up? That's a
joyous. Appreciate your positive attitude. California.
Wait. Right now, baby. Now, how we doing it? Where you from?
I'm originally from Detroit. I now live.
University of Michigan. Let's go.
It's blue. Did Michigan football cheat last year?
Michigan football did not cheat. We're the national champions, and we'll be.
We got a Michigan Wolverine here, and a lot of people are asking, did the Michigan Wolverines football team cheat last year?
Right now. Yeah.
Don't get your energy. It's fine.
Joe, they're saying we can't afford them.
Watching. Hi.
Where are you with? I'll come back to you.
On social media at Muslim Girl, muslimgirl.com. Check it out.
Are you press?
Of course.
Okay. You're not upset that you're not being allowed in?
I mean, I'm upset they're recording me without my consent.
Okay. Well, it's a public. Different strategies here are being employed by members of the not state-approved press. Most are actually looking to remain patient. They're working with people here. They're being compliant in hopes that they are given the golden ticket into the event. I'm taking a little bit of a different approach. Obviously, we're kind of making a big stink about this, but we need to get the truth out. Literally dozens of members of the press. What happened?
I'm just waiting for somebody.
You didn't get in.
No. I'm just waiting for somebody to come out.
Does this change your opinion of the Democrat? You're not going to abandon the party over this? This is the night your nominee's being officially becoming the nominee, and you are currently outside the gates and not being allowed in. But I'm hopeful for. I want you to get in, okay?
I'm good.
Thanks for being a good sport. So again, we are outside. I'm gonna go back to our other mic, Joe, so we can hear you guys.
Okay.
You got me?
Yeah.
You got me?
So
Okay.
Ted, one question that we got on. You don't have to ask it right away, but just the idea of how easy it is to come across the border. Do they have a position on the fact that you can come across our border with no problems, but you can't get into the DNC right now?
These guys are delegates or state-approved press. They're getting in pretty quickly here, so they're okay.
That looks like Mexico.
Yeah,
that looks like the Mexican border right there.
Good point about walls.
Hey,
It's a
ask
good
him.
point of-
Hey, ask him if you sneak across, if they'll give you asylum.
Yeah, if we were to sneak across the border wall here, would we be given some sort of paperwork and told to appear in 30 days? Therefore, we could spend the first the convention, and then we'll promise to show up at our date within a couple weeks. Yeah. Look, we're asking these out loud. Are you a delegate or state-approved press?
Either.
They're not letting you in then. Sorry to break it to you. You're not getting in.
I'm still a fan of Kamala.
You're a
so...
fan. It's Kamala.
I just said Kamala, bitch.
No, don't get it.
I like this one. I like this one.
No, we got to get her name right. They're really making us say it right. Kamala. It's Kamala, like a comma. Kamala.
Or
No, we
camel.
gotta-
Camel law.
Yeah, they're all saying her name wrong.
Hey, and if she calls you a bitch, Ted, if she's calling you a bitch, then is she assuming your pronouns? I mean, like.
Yeah, she's making a lot of assumptions. Absolutely. Look, people are actually leaving the convention. This is like.
Ask them if they're going to go turn in their Democrat stuff and become Republicans. Ask them if they're.
This place is. Look at these people leaving.
Yeah.
They're out of here. They're out of here. So, of course, for the first 3 nights of the convention, the main speakers were well behind schedule. That's on purpose, of course. They're thinking that they're going to get some good ratings right on the West Coast. Prime time now. She's not a fan of ours, Joe. She told us we suck.
She
They
did?
said we can't afford her. Yeah.
We're publicly
Totally.
traded, so I think we probably could. Market cap's almost $250 million.
No thanks to Joe Biden.
Just kidding.
Hey, that guy's got a
Just kidding.
Bears hat. Why is
Just
it?
kidding. I love playing with people, though. Hey, ask her this.
I was told I better watch out. Okay. All right. Are we good? All right. Don't threaten me, please. Don't threaten me. Don't tell me to watch out from behind me. That's not fair. All I ask is that you don't tell me to watch out and standing behind me. That's very dangerous. We're exercising your First Amendment right. We're being very, very courteous. If somebody doesn't want to be on camera, we move the camera right away. Please. I don't want to be a martyr tonight for the First Amendment. That wouldn't be right. So we're live again outside the Democrat National Convention where the press is being barred from entrance. There's literally dozens of members of the press. My friend here, how do you feel about being iced out at a convention?
Oh, I feel very...
Let me get the mic going. Yeah, you're with me. I think you kind of appreciate that I'm kind of speaking up for the group here, right? You appreciate that, right?
Yes, sir. We do.
Do you appreciate? All right.
TV, Channel 21, and I am yours truly, Minister Robert Floyd Plump. Yes, sir.
Sir,
who's he voting for?
As you can see, I'm a part of the press, too, in reality. You know?
We have a minister over here with a press badge, and you're iced out.
Yes, and I'm very well disappointed as a senior citizen and a Vietnam veteran, too. Matter of fact, I am...
This is actually me. We have a Vietnam veteran, senior citizen with a press badge, and he's being iced out. He also happens to be a minister.
And I'm Mayor Harold Lee Washington, Earth Day, birthday, spiritual business son, Minister Robert Floyd Plump of Chicago, Illinois.
I want my host to hear this. He may have some comments. Joe, as you
heard, we have a minister here. Do you want to add anything? Should we?
Yes, I'd like to invite everyone, this particular...
Joe?
Yeah, I'm listening.
The 25th, dedicated to Dr.
I'm putting my mic back in.
Okay. Dr. Will Evans in Chicago, buy black. Black, love black. Black voters matters too. And we are very disappointed on the fact that we could not get in as a part of the media here in Chicago, and we do count. Media counts too.
Association of Black Journalists.
Yes, I am.
So not only are you a Vietnam veteran and a minister, you are a member of the National Association of Black Journalists, and you are being kept out. John Hillman, John, are being iced out. How do you feel about that John, Mark Wolfman's always been a bad anyway. He carried the circus.
I will say this: his mic sucks.
Your contribution, I should say.
I am a part of the THE Urban URBAN.
Did you guys hear that?
Hey, so Ted, ask him if he thinks that there's a racial division where you've got an Indian, Jamaican candidate for president that's keeping a black man out, or ask him if he believes that she truly is black.
Black Wall Street is 79th Street, on 79th. Hollywood in Chicago.
Are you particularly disappointed that Kamala Harris, who is black herself, part black, that as potentially the first black woman president, that she is keeping you as a senior member of the National Association of Black Journalists out of the convention?
I am.
It's actually upsetting me.
Well, I'm not upset. I'm disappointed. However,
hey, that's worse. When your parents are disappointed, that's worse than we're upset. You being disappointed is pretty much as bad as it can get.
Yes. So we're going to have a community discussion about this.
Oh my gosh.
Can Frank's speech be a part of that discussion?
Yes. It will be a panel discussion.
Can we be a part of that panel discussion?
At 644 East 79th Street.
From 644 East 79th Street.
Yes, 2:30 to 4:30 this coming Sunday, which will be August the 25th. Dedicated to Dr. Webb Evans, which is.
You can stay. You can stick around.
We're going to let's have a discussion about the fact that dozens of reporters, including a senior member of the National Association of Black Journalists, has been blocked from entrance to the Democrat National Convention.
You see Dr. Margaret Burroughs?
That's Dr. Margaret Burroughs on his hat.
I am a black historian that's registered with the DuSable Museum. Thank you. And I can be reached as Minister Robert Floyd Plump at 312.
John, they're isolated non-state sponsored members of the press. My friend here is a Vietnam vet, a member of the National Association of Black Journalists, and he's not being allowed in. He's not upset. He's disappointed. And that's worse.
Yes. Well, we think about it. We think about it in a righteous way that we have a lot of work to do to help save our children and the black community too. And we must invest back into the black community in a way that we can do things in a righteous way, that we can share success with Chicago.
Ask him about
America,
righteous abortion.
The killing and the looting and the nonsense and the disappointment. However, we're going to make sure that in the future that we correct the things that's wrong. Thank you.
So we'll be with you on Sunday. Would you like to join us? We're going to be talking about the fact that dozens of journalists have been blocked out of the Democrat National Convention tonight, including our minister friend here, who also happens to be a senior member of the National Association of Black Journalists, and he is not able to gain entrance. And he's not upset. He's disappointed.
With register.
Contact. We're going to show up to this community meeting. Can you?
I'm the son of
okay.
I just wanted to say, well.
What's he want to say? We lost him. It was kind of a good loss, though, honestly, because there wasn't a lot going on out there. You know, how in the world? You know what questions I want to ask those people outside of it? I want to ask them a question. I want to ask them questions like, how many states are there? I want to ask them questions like, where is China? You know, what state is Honduras in?
Well, I think that's very insensitive, Joe.
I want to ask him questions there's a guy that walks around, he asks people questions about things, and they answer, and it shows you just how stupid they are. Now, I do believe that after he gets done asking them whether or not Alaska is to the south or the North Pole is below us, he should then ask them whether or not they're Democrats or Republicans, and it will just show you just how innately stupid the Democrat Party is. Because, but if you could ask him all sorts of questions, all sorts. Like how many states does say 54? Well, I guess Obama did that too, so he's kind of stupid. But let's, if you look at the amount of,
yeah, it just seems like
the lack of intelligence.
Well, I mean, you could have fun there because there's so many absurdities that just come to mind. Like, is this an example of Kamala's future border security proposal? I mean, she's actually keeping people out of the DNC. Seems like she's being quite successful. Is she going to implement what she's doing to Ted at the U.S.-Mexican border? That's one question that I wouldn't mind being asked. But you know, you get the sense that all of those, we'll call them journalists.
You will?
Well, we'll call them just for the sake of this segment.
Okay.
But they all aspire to be a part of, like, the Washington Post. They all aspire to be a part of CNN. Like, to them, that's the holy grail. If I could just get into the club, they don't see the problem here.
So what's wrong with me then?
Where do you want to start?
We probably should start at the beginning. I mean, I look at it and I go, I have no aspirations to ever be a part of mainstream media. I don't want to be associated with liars and people who are not willing to do the hard work. I certainly don't want to be associated with people who are willing to perpetuate and create mockingbird media and lie to people as if it's some sort of fraternity of liars. I would never want that. I would never want that for my children. I would never want that I don't really want that for anyone, because I think that does a lot of harm and people die as a result of those behaviors. But I mean, you see people outside of the convention and they're walking through and living their lives and getting paid, you know, to be a journalist. And by the way, they're not paid that much. You know, it's like they're willing to take less money in order they're willing to take less to sell out the American people just so that they can look like they're important, so that they're not invisible. And frankly, I think it's a sad state of affairs that we care more about who the Kardashians are than we do about how we're going to create a functional society. We don't want to argue with the retarded or the ridiculous. We want to have a conversation with people and say that it's your truth. And they started this. We should have known when they started with the your truth that it was going to lead this way. Everything that they touch is a slippery slope. But, you know, we have to look at the realities of the last 16 years. In the last 16 years, Democrats have been in control of 12 years. Right?
Yeah.
And in that, the only period of prosperity that we had is when Trump was in office. That was the only period of prosperity. And this clown said, well, you look at the stock market. Okay. The index of the stock market is based off of a group of what are called blue chip stocks. And those stocks are an indication of certain sectors and the health of those sectors. Only here's the problem. The underlying stocks underneath those shares are largely, well, not largely, they're down nearly 35%. Go check me. Easy to check. Everyone has stock portfolios. And so what happens is that companies that have mutual funds and things like that, they do what's called stacking. They'll stack those mutual funds into specific baskets that include the blue chip stocks. It's something that's been done forever. And that's why you see the stock market that lags behind the rest of the market. Now, most people out there don't even understand this. They don't understand what happens in markets. They don't understand why blue chips stay up longer. The economy slows down. People are suffering. They're not making any money. They get fired from their job. The guy today talked about he lost his house, right? And then the stock market literally has this just fall off a cliff moment. And that's when the guys that are in the mutual fund companies, which is a large part of our traded market for retirement accounts and things like that, when they go to do that sell-off, it's not a controlled sell-off. Someone decides, hey, look, I'm going to take, and it's going to happen in the next 30 to 45 days. And it will trigger another sell-off in the marketplace for all the other stocks. So the other stocks are down 30, 35% because earnings are showing that they're not making as much money. Inflation is basically taking a big bite out of any profits they may have. And then any company that has debt right now is having to reorganize that debt at a higher rate. So the banks are sucking that money back out of them. And so there's nothing left. There's no meat left on the bone. So even companies like Facebook are actually going out there and they're trimming their workforce. Yeah. They're cutting their workforces in order to keep profits so that they can actually artificially inflate their stock price.
Well, it's also telling that gentleman went straight to the stock market because there's this kind of, it's really hard to understand what a healthy stock market looks like. When you look at the question of inflation, though, people avoid inflation. And even the metrics that you would use to figure out where we're at there, they keep modifying the consumer price index to where it's meaningless. The government approved metrics that you're going to look at, and so yeah, inflation's through the roof. Yet they're telling us that the economy's just fine. Yeah.
Well, so I think they have a market thing for market beat. So you have, these are prices, current prices. This doesn't tell me a whole lot. Always good to know. But if you can actually go to just, I don't know, pick one. Pick Boeing. Boeing's a good one to pick. Oh, can't do that. Okay. Yeah, you can. All right. So let's look at the price over the last year. Where's the price over the last year? Oh, there we go. Week range. Oh. So over the last year, the market price was as high as, no, it's a week range. Let's go to over the year, can we? This is the wrong place to go to actually look at this. You could just literally go to, I hate to say Google, but go to Google and just pick it up there and go to look at the market price or quote for Boeing. And guys, listen, if you are good at buying stocks, you can make money in a down economy, right? There's actually a guy that we have on Frank Speak quite often that talks about how you can actually take advantage of depressed markets and what's happening, especially having to do with currencies. But the reality of it is they're lying to you. So they had this thing, David, called the Inflation Reduction Act. It was signed. What happened literally 2.5 weeks later? Inflation skyrocketed by nearly 30%. 30%. Now, they said it was only 7% because they actually included goods. Again, this is that market manipulation that have a low propensity to actually move on price. In other words, been there for a long time. Or just go to a year to date. Oh boy. Okay, so let's just look year to date. So this is over the last 9 months. So what did I tell you that the market was down typically on a stock? Now, I just picked this out of nowhere, so this just came out there. It started at the beginning of the year at 267 is what it was over 52 weeks. Do a 1 year. Let's see what it says over 1 year. Okay, so over the last year, it's down 24.9%. Now, let's do a 5 year just as a comparison for the stock market. All right, so if we go back to let's go back to that highest point right there before it takes that big nose dive. When was that? All right, so here's the pandemic, right? So the pandemic hits. This is when it starts, 349, and it dives. And then you had it basically come back up. And it came back, go all the way to that peak on the fourth peak. One, there's another one, 2, 3, right there. Okay, so when was that? So this is March 2021. So in essence, Biden gets into office, and what happens to the stock? It just goes down. It just goes down. Now, if you take the pandemic out of the equation, the stock market for most of President Trump's presidency was really, really high. Let's go pick another stock. Just pick another stock. Don't make it NVIDIA when they came out with a new AI platform. It went up 1,800%. Because there's certain technologies people want to invest in. But overall, if you look at the markets and you look at the submarkets are not doing very well. They're not. Here's General Dynamic. Let's just go for year to date. Wow, that looks terrible over 1 day. Up 13%. They're actually a part of the
Well, see, you picked the wrong
index.
one.
No, that's an index stock.
Okay, but when you
That's actually a stock that they use for a blue chip stock.
Okay, that's because of the point right now. If you look at the primes, Anyone that's in the business of war, you're going to have kind of some anomalies when you look at an honest business versus one that's subsidized by the American people. But interesting. What do we got let's get back to the DNC and see who's on stage right now.
Oh, I seriously want to get back into stocks. I kind of want to talk about stocks, but okay.
Well, we could just,
Well, I'm doing this thing here if I can. Year to date.
Oh, your favorite.
Oh, the crier. Oh, I got to hear him.
Vote for our bedrock values and vote for Kamala Harris. God bless you.
Isn't that a Republican?
Yep.
Please welcome lawyer, policy advocate, and sister of the Vice President, Maya Harris.
Hello, Chicago. In 1958, a 19-year-old from India left the only country she'd ever known to chart her own path in America. She came here to pursue an education, but she stayed here to build a life. Her name was Dr. Shamala Gopalan Harris. But we called her Mommy. Mommy was so many things to so many people. A civil rights activist, a scientist, a devoted mother to her two little girls. But most of all, Mommy was a trailblazer who defied the odds and defined herself. And when it came to Kamala and me, Mommy had great expectations for us, but she had even greater expectations of us. She raised us to believe that we could be and do anything. And we believed her. You see, Mommy understood the power and the possibility that come with knowing and showing who you truly are. She knew we could be the authors of our own stories, just as she'd been the author of her own. Mommy's journey and the opportunity that she wanted for Kamala and me, that's a distinctly American story. We may all have different histories, different struggles, or different perspectives, but what binds us together is the fervent desire to be free, to fulfill our God-given potential. Kamala's entire life has been about fighting for each of us to have that freedom. And like so many Americans, Kamala knows what it's like to be underestimated and be counted out. She knows what it's like to be the underdog and yet still beat the odds. And now she has created so much electricity, so much optimism, so much joy throughout the nation, and it is why we need her leadership in this historic moment. We are living in a time when some are trying to divide us, to separate us in ways that make it difficult for us to come together. Well, look, my sister rejects that view. Where others push darkness, Kamala sees promise. Where others feel detachment, Kamala fosters connection. Where others want to drag us back to the past, my sister says, hold up now, we are not going back. Because Kamala understands we have so much more in common than what separates us. She knows the measure of our success isn't just winning an election. It's about who we bring along and lift up in the process. And so as I look out at all of you today and take in this incredible moment, I so wish that Mommy could be here tonight. I can just see her smiling, saying how proud she is of Kamala. And then, without missing a beat, she say, "That's enough. You got work to do." She would tell all of us to roll up our sleeves and get to work, to elect a leader who sees the potential in each of us, a leader who cares for all of us, a leader who fights for every one of us. Our Democratic nominee, my big sister, the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
They have yet to talk about any policy. Have they talked about policy at all? Am I missing anything?
Please welcome North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper.
Look at this dork. Can't even walk.
Hello, America. I'm Roy Cooper, the last guy standing
He's got
between
the
you
thumb.
and the moment we're all waiting for.
All right.
So I'm going to get right to it. All week, you've heard stories about my friend Kamala. I want to take you behind the scenes of one of them. 2011 was a rough time for American homeowners. Hundreds of thousands were losing their homes to illegal foreclosure. I was Attorney General in North Carolina, while Kamala had just become California's. All the AGs were close to a settlement with the big banks, and it was a pretty good deal. Would have meant $4 billion for California families who'd been ripped off. I know that sounds like a lot, but Kamala said, "Hang on a minute. I've met these families. I know what they've been through.
I'm a communist.
They
I have no
deserve
concept of
more."
money. So let's ask for
She went
a
toe-to-toe
jabillion.
with some of the world's most powerful executives, and she refused to give in. Let me tell you, this was a huge risk, but she knew it was a risk worth taking. That's Kamala. And we all know what happened. The banks caved. That $4 billion for California families became $20 billion. That was the first time I witnessed Kamala in action. And what I saw was a leader who does exactly what she says she's going to do, who never will settle for less. America, we got a lot of big fights ahead of us, and we've got one hell of a fighter ready to take them on. I know that. I know that because I know her. And tonight, I want the American people to know, even if you don't agree with her on everything, Kamala Harris will fight for you to the very end.
The $20 billion
For
you're
families
talking
who
about?
need better health care or a
Dude, the
safer
average
place to
family
live,
in California,
Kamala will fight for you.
if the money would have
For
gotten
parents
directly to
who
them,
want better schools for their kids.
$308.
For workers worried about a secure retirement for themselves.
$308.
Kamala will fight for you. For any one of our allies, anywhere in the world, wondering if America still has your back, remember this. Kamala will
See?
fight
See this?
for you.
Mhm.
And when she
See,
fights,
this is
we win.
This is dishonest. This is the part
Kamala's
where you're
ready. Kamala's
pushing
ready.
back.
The question
You-
is, are we? Are we
There
going
goes.
to stand up and fight for
I
Kamala
like Nancy
she'll
Pelosi.
stand
There
up
goes.
and fight
It
for
worked.
us?
It worked.
All right. If you're ready, my home state of North Carolina, stand up. Stand up, Pennsylvania. Stand up, Michigan. Stand up, Wisconsin. Stand up, Georgia. Stand up, Nevada. Stand up, Arizona. Stand up, America. Are we going to stand up?
You see what he's doing with his
Are we
hand?
going to fight? Are we going to vote? Are we going to win? You bet we are. Let's go get them.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. Well, so you're telling me, Joe, that anytime someone does this, you can lie and get away with it?
Yeah, so it's been traced back, right? So it's the politics of when you do this over and over and over and over again, what you're doing is you're coming out, you're doing this, and you get back to this of hammering a point home. It's psychological. And so there's all these psychological games that they're playing on the public, and people fall for it. I mean, I don't know what happened over time. Maybe we've just screwed up the human race so badly with psychotropic drugs and big pharma that it's made people retarded. But when you do this, you'll see it. You can find that Bill Clinton did this, George Bush did this, Obama did this. And if you just study the mannerisms of the people that are standing up there, they'll do this over and over and over and over and over again to hammer back a point that typically doesn't mean anything.
I like vegetables. It worked.
Get this guy some carrots. Please, carrots. I need some carrots.
Our elections are fine, Joe.
Yeah.
I'm going to vote for a Democrat.
Remember, I did watch all of these shows with these people. It didn't work on me. People with weak constitutions, it'll work on them. People that are weak people, it will work on them. And I want to point out something else, is that inner cities, people flock to the inner cities because they have to. They're dependent. The dependency on other people and that kind of herd mentality is just like cattle. There's no difference between cattle on a farm and the people in big cities. They go down the same street the same way. They do things the same way. And frankly, even when they see something that they're like, I don't want to do that, they'll continue to do it. Now, it was in your movie, Let My People Go. There was an experiment that was done back in the 50s. Mm-hmm. What was that experiment called?
Okay, so you had the Ashline test. It wasn't that one. You're talking about the electric shock one?
Well, the electric shock one was
that's the Stanley Milgram test.
Stanley Milgram test.
Yeah.
And basically it was 3 lines.
No, that's the Ashline test.
Ashline test. Okay. So I don't know if we can pull that part of the movie. I guess it would be a little bit of an ask to get them to do that.
Let me see if I can find it. You keep talking.
But this test, and the good part about this test is that what they were saying is that they brought people into a room. They had actors, and the actors were given 3 lines, right? And 2 of the 3 lines were the same length. And so they would walk down and ask 4 people, and the actors that were there would say the wrong thing. Let's say that number, A and C were the same, or the first line that it had to match up with and the second line were identical. But the people that were in the line would pick the first one, even though it was obvious that it wasn't the same size. And so at first you'd have the 2 that were before him and the one after, and the 2 before him would be like A, and the next one would be like A, and this guy would look at both of them like, and then he'd look at it again, look at both of them, and he'd go B. The next person would say A. So then they do the line again. They put up another test, they put it up there, and they had two identical lines that were in three lines. I mean, literally, they're just lines on a piece of paper, like lines, like lines. And one is like 4 inches, and the other one that's like it is like 4 inches. The other one's like 8 inches. Like it's not even close. And the first person would be asked, and he would go to the long line that doesn't match. And then the next person would be asked, and they would go to the long line that doesn't match. And then the guy that wasn't the actor, there's 4 in a row, the guy that wasn't the actor, by the second time through, it didn't take long, would not say anything about the first test, like, what is wrong with you guys? Are you guys retarded? Didn't say anything. And on the second one, looked at them, looked at the paper, looked at them, looked at the paper, and picked the wrong one too. And so the entire test was predicated on a lie. But they all adopted the lie. And the guy that didn't know it was a lie said, okay, it's a lie. It's the truth. Mm. And there are people in this country that have been doing these tests on us for a long time. And it is separating the herds. You have the people that are, and I think that's what you call when you have, you call it grassroots. There are grassroots on the Democrat side. They're waking up. We saw it today, where you have illegals that come in here, but even as they're talking about illegals, they have been conditioned to call them immigrants. And I was like, no, they're illegals. And they didn't want to say it.
Yeah.
And I kept saying, what, are they illegal? I went out in the hallway and I go, are they illegals? And she goes, yeah, they're, yes, they are. She stopped. They're, she wouldn't say it. And I go, say the word, say it with me, say it with me. Illegals. And she looks at me and she laughs and she said, illegals. She did.
It's a first small step.
And then I said, say it again. She says, illegals. And I said, let your voice be heard. What are they? She goes, illegals. I said, say it again. She said, illegals. I said, say it again. She said, illegals. I go, am I lying to you? She said, no. I was like, then speak the truth. And she started crying. Mm. And she goes, and I go, you were afraid to speak the truth, even to someone that was talking to you about the truth. She said, yes, I was. I said, how does that make you feel? This is the same woman that I asked up here whether it was institutional slavery. Do you believe like we're in institutional slavery? They don't want to answer the questions. They don't want to. These are too big of a discussion. These discussions are ones that we can't have. We're not allowed to have them. Like, truth is the one thing you don't want anybody to talk about. Don't talk about the 500,000-pound gorilla in the room. It was the first time that I'd ever heard it put this way is when Mayor Giuliani said, you're a minority shareholder in your life. He said taxes, he admitted. He goes, taxes are 55 to 60%. You give 55 to 60% of the government. You're a minority shareholder in your own life. And they do whatever they want with it. They literally get to dole it out to each other and give each other $180,000, $200,000, $400,000 salaries, hand money to their buddies and imprison you. And we don't say anything about it. We just say nothing. David, we don't say anything.
Yeah. Well, and it was difficult. I mean, today, just trying to, because what we were trying to do is something that isn't done. Reaching across, the proverbial aisle and having people come in, giving them the microphone to talk about things that we may not necessarily agree on, but it was important enough to have that conversation, if for no other reason other, the fact that they are willing to do something that is countercultural, and that's to vote for a Republican. And but there you could tell they're used to being used, and you were trying to kind of get to the heart of the feeling in the room, and it took a while for them to warm up and see that no, we want to hear from you. We want to hear what you have to say, and
the guy in the back of the room,
yeah, he was angry.
Yeah, everybody's angry. And he'd ask questions that were just, And it's like, are you waiting for the shoe to drop? You had people go, well, the shoe's already dropped.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, there's, even if you tell me you're not angry, you can feel it.
Yeah. Yeah, and it just comes down, well, is there something that you're willing to do outside of just be angry, complain, but you have to affirm them where you can, because again, this was a powerful thing to have this room full of African Americans that are going to be voting for Trump. But you can tell how much division there is. There's so much healing that needs to take place, and it starts with willing to have that conversation. And so, yeah, it's a big start.
If we go back to the 1950s, 1960s, there was an immense amount of work that was done on race relations. And one of the gentlemen I was talking to today, I had some very honest conversations in the hallway. And by the way, this is reminiscent of all the conversation I have with people when I walk out on the street, and I'll go up and talk to a black woman, and I'll be like, hey, come over here. Who are you going to vote for? She's like, do I look approachable? Do I look approachable by white people? And I was like, I don't know, Mama, do you? And you break through because they don't have a choice. They don't know how to take it. Like they want to be aggressive because there's anger. And he sat out there and he said to me, he goes, you know what? I came home one day and I told my mama, I hate white people. Mm-hmm. And I went, wow, you hate white people? Okay, tell me more. And he goes, well, she told me, don't you ever say that again. Because in the 1950s, when they had the race riots in the 1960s, when they were trying to stop segregation and doing everything, she goes, do you know who was getting beat up on the streets, fighting for our rights? White people. White people. Now, you had people in here that were talking about reparations. Mm-hmm. So I had to have a conversation out there with them. What are you talking about reparations? Well, we built this country. No, and I said, no, I don't think you did. I don't think you did. You guys didn't build this country. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we did. Black people built this country. I was like, yeah, and white people built this country, and Asians, man. Let me tell you something. Asians in this country, you want to talk about work hard? Asians crushed it. And what do they still do today? They crush it.
Crush it, yeah.
They crush it. Third generation, fourth generation, fifth generation Asians that are in this country. They're out there. They're powerhouse. They're powerhouse families that have never abandoned their culture ever. And I have friends that are part of those powerhouse cultures. But you want to sit here and say you built this country. Well, I can tell you right now, my grandfather in the 82nd Airborne got injured over Germany, faked his birth certificate to go fight in World War II. Now, he fought and fought and fought and fought. I'm determined. I am convinced he tried to get himself killed. I'm convinced.
Yeah.
Because there was a different breed back in World War II. These men went out there with the idea that they were going to win, conquer, and if they died doing it, it was okay. Those people built this country. Those people are the ones that preserved rights for the people in this country. Well, we built buildings. We didn't get paid for it. That's not true either. But if you want to talk about reparations, let's talk about what happened to Native American Indians. So I told him, I was like, go to a reservation. See how well reparations worked. Did it work?
No. It didn't. It's
and these are hard conversations to have. We're talking about the DNC.
They are.
Yeah.
But part of it is it's so ingrained into the thinking of so many that it's like this knee-jerk talking point that they fully haven't wrestled with. And so you've got people that were never slaves that are owed something by people that never owned slaves. And so the whole premise is on guilt and sin.
Yeah.
And which is ironic because reparations is all about restoration. And so you don't accomplish restoration by taking from someone who did not harm you and when you're not the victim. Now, if you want to talk about, the great institutional blight, again, look no further than Congress. Look no further than the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. I think you and I are we trash the Republican Party more than we do the Democrats, because at least there's some ownership of, okay, clean your own home first before you attack others. But it's the idea of the folks that were here today. I can't speak for all of them, but many of them that brought up the reparations argument. They still have not been given a vision of self-empowerment. And you cannot say, give me something. That's not self-empowerment. Self-empowerment is where you get to be in an environment where barriers are removed and you're free to put your effort or your sweat equity behind something and see if you can create something of value to other people. And that's true freedom. So when you had the greatest generation, a lot of these people who jumped out of airplanes, that fought overseas, they became resourceful. They became skilled at many different disciplines. And when they came back in peacetime, then they were productive. Do we have Kamala? Oh, boy. Let's bring up the
type of law I would pursue. I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. And I would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. And every day in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I said 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people. And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. And with this election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward.
A new way forward.
Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power. I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations, a president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people. From the courthouse to the White House, that has been my life's work. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped pass a homeowner Bill of Rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation.
It never happened.
I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due, for seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy. And neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated
She had knee pads.
at practically every turn.
Sorry.
But we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. And that's the fight we are in right now, a fight for America's future.
Reminder, Trump is not the
Fellow
incumbent.
Americans, this
They're fighting for
election
something that she's had ownership
is
for over
not
1,000
only
days in office.
the most important of our lives. It is one of the most important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious.
For you?
Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also
Oh my gosh.
the gravity of what has
chaos and
happened
calamity.
since he lost
No
the
war,
last election.
thriving economy.
Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed,
She
he sent
showed
an
up to the
armed
convention
mob
not getting one
to the
vote
United
from anyone
States
in her
Capitol,
primary, and she's got
where
the
they
nerve to say that.
assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And
She's
now,
she's not a truthful
for
person.
an entirely
And they use the narrative
different
of
set
lies.
of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans.
No, they weren't.
and separately
That's not true.
and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider
That's not true either.
Consider what he intends to do if we give him power again.
I just can't.
Consider
Put you in
his
jail.
explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. His explicit
We're the enemy, Joe.
intent
The J6s
to
are the enemy.
deploy our active duty military against our own citizens.
What is she talking about?
Consider
What is she
the
talking
power
about?
he will
Consider the
have,
fact that you're a fucking
especially
liar.
after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails. And how
They're not
he
saying
would
anything. You wanna know
use
why?
the immense powers
Because they know it's not true.
of the presidency of the United
To
States.
hold you accountable.
Not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client he has ever had, himself. And we know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025, written by his closest advisors, and its sum total is to pull our country back to the past. But America, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back to when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools.
It does not fund your public schools.
We are not going to let him end programs like
Property
Head
tax in
Start
all
that
50
provide
states punch.
preschool and child care for our children. America, we are not going back.
There's just nothing they say that's true. It's like and people live in this world where they believe it.
And we are
Not enough
charting a
Don
new
Cheadle.
way forward.
Another
Forward to a future with a strong and growing middle class, because we know a strong middle class has always been critical to America's success. And building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency.
Why haven't you done it for 3 years?
And I'll tell you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for
Whether
them.
it was Willie Brown,
Because,
Montel Williams,
as she taught
made
us,
the most of those
opportunity
opportunities.
is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy, an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed. Whether you live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like health care and housing and groceries. We will provide
Why aren't you doing it
access to
now?
capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing shortage.
Which exists under your administration.
And protect Social Security and Medicare.
Which is in danger because of your administration.
Now compare that to Donald Trump.
Who hasn't been in office
I think
for 3.5
everyone here
years.
knows he doesn't actually fight for the middle class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle class.
As we sit
Instead,
in a facility
he
where
fights
he's
for himself
employing
and his
hundreds, if
billionaire
not
friends.
thousands of people.
And he will give them another round of tax breaks that will add up to $5 trillion to the national debt. And all the while, he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans. Friends, I believe America cannot truly be prosperous unless Americans are fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially on matters of heart and home.
Yeah. Now do the vaccines, bitch.
But tonight, in America, too
Do the
many
mandates.
women are not able to make those decisions. And let's be clear about how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom. And now he brags about it. In his words, quote, "I did it and I'm proud to have done it," end quote.
Amen.
Well, I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories. Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to
That's her
jail
concern.
for caring for their patients.
Crazy, more and more everybody talks.
Couples
It's
just
crazy.
trying to grow their family, cut off in the middle of IVF treatments.
You're for abortion.
Children
What do you know
who
about
have
growing a
survived
family?
sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term.
Which you would conveniently
This is
kill,
what's happening
even
in
that
our
full-time.
country because of Donald Trump. And understand, he is not done. As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. Simply put, they are out of their minds. And one must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well, we trust women. We trust women. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law.
There's their token guy with the
In
baby.
this election,
Be careful.
many other fundamental freedoms are at stake. The freedom to live safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis, and the freedom that unlocks all the others the freedom to vote. With this election, we finally have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act.
The scary part about what she's saying
Let me be clear.
is that all of these people are literally sitting in what can only be described as a gas chamber.
I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
The Border Patrol endorsed it.
No, we didn't.
Donald Trump believes a border deal
You're a
would hurt
liar.
his
You're a
campaign.
freaking liar.
So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal. Well, I
He has
refuse
no
to play
allies in
politics with our
Congress.
security. And here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law.
Why can't Biden do that right now?
I know we can live up to our proud heritage as a nation of immigrants and reform our broken immigration system. We can create an earned pathway to citizenship and secure our border.
Who wrote this for it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not, the thing about President Trump is that he writes his own
And
stuff.
America, we must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice.
You denigrated them. You botched the withdrawal. You armed our enemies to the tune of, what, $85 billion?
I will make sure that we lead the world into the future on space and artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen, not abdicate, our global leadership.
My stomach
Trump,
hurts.
on the other hand,
liar, liar, pants, suit
threatened
for
to
hire.
abandon NATO. He encouraged
friends, enemy
Putin
stuff.
to invade our allies, said Russia could, quote, do whatever the hell they want. 5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize a global response, over 50 countries, to defend against Putin's aggression. And
Sent
as
billions
president,
and billions
I
of
will
dollars.
stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO allies.
As our country falls apart.
With respect to the war in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock, because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done.
You're working around the clock.
And let me be clear. And let me be
Mike is
clear.
gonna come on.
I will always
with us.
stand up for Israel's right to defend itself.
Oh.
And I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7.
This mic's not on.
including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives lost. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination. And know this, I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary
to
defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump. Because, you know, they know he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors.
Oh my gosh.
They know Trump won't hold
even,
autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself. And as president, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs. Our country with all my heart.
Yeah.
Everywhere I go, in everyone I meet, I see a nation that is ready to move forward, ready for the next step in the incredible journey that is America. I see an America where we hold fast to the fearless belief.
Can we do some AI to put the clown mask over? Can we do that? Is there AI we can do that automatically puts like a clown face on her?
Anything is possible. Oh my goodness. That nothing is out of reach. An America where we care for one another, look out for one another, and recognize that we have so much more in common than what separates us. That none of us has to fail for all of us to succeed. And that in unity there is strength. You know, our opponents in this race are out there every day denigrating America, talking about how terrible everything is. Well,
because it is.
My mother had another lesson she used to teach.
My goodness.
Never let anyone tell you who you are. You show them who you are. America.
She's melting.
Let us show
it kind of looks like
each
a
other
candle
and the world who we are and what we stand for. Freedom, opportunity, compassion, dignity, fairness, and endless possibilities.
There you go. In case you wanted to know. No, put that up. Let us listen to her and people can see what she is. Let's put that up on the...
We are the heirs
Yeah, there you go.
to the greatest democracy in the history of the world.
We're not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic. Just can't even tell the truth about that.
Children and our grandchildren and all those who sacrificed so dearly for our freedom and liberty. We must be worthy of this moment. It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done, guided by optimism and faith, to fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American. So let's get out there, let's fight for it, let's get out there, let's vote for it, and together, let us write the next great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told. Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you all.
Yeah, okay. I don't actually know what to say to that, but I'm going to just kind of debunk a few things if I can real quick. She said the dignity, everyone deserves dignity and safety. So I want to talk about the children that have been raped and murdered by illegals coming across the border, that nobody should be left to fight alone. Well, there's a little over 200 million people in this country that have been left to fight alone. California itself, she says she only had one employer, the people, but I'm yet to see anything that's been done that actually points to the people having any sort of seat at the table in anything that she said. She wants to return people to their American fundamentals, look out for one another, and no one has to fail to all to succeed. That's communism. And it's never worked. Am I wrong?
No, you're seeing this very, very subtle grafting of communist doctrine with feel-good statements, about being the future. And the thing that struck me time and time again was what she will do when she's in office without recognizing that she's in office right now. I mean, is Biden against these policies? And because unless that's the case, why haven't they gotten started? And so whatever this vision is, it's weird in the sense that they're giving a message as if Trump is the incumbent. And it's almost like you got to take leave of your senses. Like who's at the mantle right now? It's not Trump. So it makes you wonder if this audience is as brain dead as I think they are to be cheering on this monster who takes zero responsibility for the state that our country's in right now. If she had any sense, she could sell us on victories. What are the victories that we've experienced as a people over the past 3.5 years? And there's nothing that she can talk about. There's nothing that she can comment on. It's acknowledging that we're hurting, and even though I've had 3 years at the job, I promise you on day one, things will get better. And that's the cognitive dissonance that I'm seeing in this speech.
We have a guest with us right now who's never been on with us at all, who I'm very proud of. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Well, I am your daughter, first and foremost, and my name is Micah. I am a cybersecurity professional by trade, but I like to dabble in lots of things, and I am a proud part of the Frank Speech crew.
And what else? Anything else? What did you think of Kamala Harris's? What did you think of her speech?
I think it's an embarrassment. I think that the idea that just because she's a woman or a person of color, that they are parading her around as a legitimate candidate of the Democratic Party is embarrassing. I don't think that there's anything wrong with having two sides to our elections. I mean, I think ideally it should be more than two sides, but to have two candidates that will challenge each other and make each other better is ultimately, I think, what makes us great. And when they're parading around someone who I don't think represents American values, it's just really sad.
As a young person, I mean, if you walk through it, do you believe that the country is better today than it was 3 years ago?
No. And that's the other part of having hard conversations with other people my age. Everyone can admit the fact that under Trump, life was better. There's no arguing with it. Everyone had hope that it would be something different. But the cognitive dissonance to suggest that we are not better off as a country. We're not better off in the housing market. We're not better off in jobs. We're not better off in our ability to talk with our fellow human beings and American citizens. And I don't actually understand why people can't have that conversation and why they want to be divided in a lot of ways.
It's because you're rational. And we know why they don't want us to have that conversation, because the truth is so dangerous. That's why this network is constantly fighting against censorship, because of the power of truth. And so what we're dealing with is this sound clip, highly produced veneer where they give us empty words. And I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things where I'm not really depressed, because you kind of know when you go into the DNC that this is exactly what you would expect for them, to tell you something that just isn't true, but they'll do it with the level of sincerity or showmanship where you're just kind of, there's no shame here. There's no shame to these folks. Yeah, they've mastered it. They are absolute masters at lying. And then you wake up tomorrow, the convention will be over, and then we have to go back to the real world. And it's just, the question that I have is, are the American people finally seeing through this madness?
You know, I think more and more young people are definitely seeing through the madness. But a lot more young people and people, I mean, like we saw the people that were in here today, they're seeing through it partially. They're seeing it doesn't make sense, but they're still talking with the same vernacular because it's so ingrained in them. It's almost as if they've been beaten for so long that you can't find a way out of the beatings. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, we have your lovely daughter here. I want to hear, you know, is there, because you're brighter than most young people. Let's just say that right now. But when you go out there and try to take the collective pulse of a younger generation, are you hopeful? Do you have hope that, you know, in some ways it's like there's this old show in the 1980s called Family Ties. And one of the characters, played by Michael J. Fox, he was a reactionary that was against his hippie parents, and he was conservative. Now we're living in the land of Marxism. Do you think that the young people might have a reactionary, reaction to this, to where maybe we can reclaim the mantle of capitalism and, you know, free market principles and all the things that we actually think are wonderful?
I think there really is an opportunity in the modern age for that turn, and I think you kind of mentioned it. With a more liberal older generation, I think we're going to create a more conservative youth, because we're going to see the turn from weak men creating hard times creating strong men creating good times, and good times creating weak men. And I think we're at that cusp right now of, we have a lot of weak men who are creating hard times, and I think the hard times are going to create good men and women.
Nice.
All right, I have to ask you some questions over the last 3.5 years. You, and I say this because you've firsthand had to see kind of what we've gone through over the last 3.5 years. What's your take on from 2020? You got to see me intimately, you got to see your family intimately, but you got an inside view of kind of a lot of different things. So what's your feeling on that? How does that make you feel? And I've never asked her this, by the way. I've never sat down and asked my daughter that question. Like, how has this affected you?
It's really frustrating. It's frustrating to see the media portray our family, you, and the beliefs of conservatives in a way that is considered violent or extreme, or to take quotes out of context. I don't think it's fair to come to the table and just pick bits and pieces. And I can see it on the left and the right, but living it firsthand, it really makes me doubt that we have any journalism left. I think that Frank's speech has been great in paving the way for new journalism. I mean, we've gotten to see Ted on the street tonight and him asking the hard questions and him continuing to ask and seeing honest reactions from people, and all those things I think make us better and can open up anybody's eyes just a little bit.
Do you remember the night that we got a package in the mail?
I do, very much.
Was it like E.T.?
They were exactly like E.T. It was a little bit surreal. I remember we were going through the mail, and all of a sudden you pulled out this envelope, and it didn't have an address or anything like that, and you held it up to the light for whatever reason. And we opened it, and there were some sticky notes, and in the sticky notes it looked to be some powder. And that was the moment where we were like, wow, this is it's gotten real. Because regardless of what that substance was, it was meant to scare us. It was meant to put us in a state of panic, or to think that what we were doing was wrong, or there would be people coming after us. And
how about the people with guns that come to the house? You weren't there, which is good.
I wasn't there, but I was very familiar with the fact that they did show up. And I still worry about it.
Well, David, let's ask you this question. You had, and I'm saying this for a reason, because the left accused us of being violent. And one of the things that I did is I started asking questions of, do you have any police reports or anything else? Any proof? And like, we have documented proof on our side from my family. It's very difficult because her brother was going to school at DU. And so we'd had to have security follow him around and stay up at night and sit out front side of his house. It was crazy. It's crazy. But you had your wife threatened.
Yeah. Well, we both have gotten our share of death threats. I think Aaron probably, during the audit that we did in New Mexico, got close to 40 death threats. In fact, when we were giving a presentation to the commission, when the commission was under tremendous pressure to rebuke us, well, they were orchestrating a fake intimidation story where our canvassing efforts going door to door, there were Democratic operatives that were creating this false encounter that never happened. And we were being, the art of primacy. They were projecting something that we weren't responsible for, yet saying we were violent and that we were threatening people. While we were at the meeting, Aaron got a call with another death threat. And so the absurdity, like there was no intimidation from any of the canvassers. There's no intimidation going on. You had the construction of something that never happened. And yet we had to deal with death threats, all the time. I've been physically accosted. I've gone to places to speak where people will write the most foul things in chalk on the sidewalks. They'll come in and heckle. And you get used to it. You get numb to it. You got to have a sense of I don't know, humor, gallows humor over the whole prospect. But all of the projection, if you actually had fair coverage and the press really wrote about what you've gone through, what your family's gone through, what we've gone through, you get a much clearer picture. They talk about the invective out there of Trump and all these people being dangerous, yet it was Trump that was shot. And it's like we're living in bizarro land. I'm pretty numb to it at this point. And, there's been times where we both had to say, hey, calm down, because there is a goading. There's always this bait they're throwing our way to get a rise. And that's probably the biggest challenge is, there's certain people that you just want to punch in the throat, but you have to master that anger. And
an anger that I think I got through quite a bit by reading J.D. Vance's book. If you haven't read, Hillbilly Elegy, it's a fascinating read and a look into a guy that literally had to fight tooth and nail to get where he got, which is, kind of makes him my spirit animal. And you and I have had that same discussion. When we talk about the things that we face, the things that, Micah, you so Micah is in the generation that has been, would you say, protected? I've protected you.
I'd say that it's a good balance in my generation. We're kind of the generation in between the Gen Zers and the millennials. So we've experienced a little bit of the living outside. What is life before phones? What was life to skin your knee and, you cry about it a little bit and then get back up and play in the dirt? And then the generation of participation trophies. And I think that I was one of the last generations who didn't have participation trophies until I got a little bit older. So I got to see, yes, you have to earn it. And it's been really interesting growing up and seeing the transition from one to the other and how competitions have been stifled by losing that competitive edge. Like, by competing against your peers, you're supposed to be better. Not everybody needs a trophy.
Yeah.
But from a living, putting one foot in one type of world and one in another, you'd probably say that your mother's and mine families are completely the opposite. Would you say that?
If you would have asked me in 2020, I probably would have agreed with you.
Yeah.
But seeing it now, my mom's family is Polish. And I'd say that they are...
Do we have some Polish jokes we can tell? Can we tell some? We can't tell Polish jokes.
Cockroaches in their own way, as in they had to fight tooth and nail to escape communism in Europe, and they fought their way over here, and they came to this country legally, and formed families, and had success in America, lived the American dream. And I'd say your family has done the same thing, just here in America. And then looking back, I see as a common theme on both you and Mom's side.
Yeah, so I would actually agree with that. I would tell you that from the standpoint of the culture of family was completely different. But Micah, you're a first generation from half your family. You're a first generation American.
Yes.
Your mom was born in Poland.
Yes.
And she speaks Polish.
She does.
I can confirm that. She does speak Polish. So from that perspective, you've kind of lived a pretty, I would say, sheltered life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd agree with that.
And I want to. So this has nothing to do with what we're talking about with the DNC. But I do want to say that people say, is Joe really as aggressive? Is Joe really as aggressive as he gets sometimes? Is he really that intense? Can you? This was probably the most fun I ever had. We talked about this the other night. When you were 11 years old and we were talking about doing drugs. What did I say?
You said that you'd strap me to the hood of the car
and
drive me around in a snowstorm. And if there was no snowstorm, you would find a snowstorm.
I would drive you around in a car if you did drugs, right?
Yes.
I
If
would
we
tie you
did
to the
drugs,
front of the car.
yes.
Yeah.
Or that you'd make me eat it. Assuming I think that it was
marijuana. I want to make you eat it. But I said, I'll drive you around in a snowstorm to her and her brother. I'll drive you around in a snowstorm tied to the bumper until you die. And you and Matt asked you a question. What did he ask you?
I think he asked if is Dad serious?
And Micah responds, "I don't want to find out."
Ooh.
Yeah, I didn't know if Joe was trying to bait Micah into giving like this soft, story. And I'm sitting over here going, he's absolutely as intense all the time, 24/7.
I can attest to that.
Yeah.
I can also attest to I've inherited a little bit of that.
Yes, she absolutely has inherited that.
Well, let's everyone give their closing thought on this week, and then let's pray.
We should make Micah pray.
We'll make her pray, because there's nothing like a coerced prayer. But short closing thoughts on this, because I know that, Joe, you've got a 4 o'clock in the morning, got to wake up. And so my thoughts are, one, I'm excited about this team. I'm excited about the fact that we're building something. We're building a place where people can share the truth. And it's better than just sitting back and letting the demons have their way. And so this week was another opportunity for us to get out, mix it up, tell the truth, and hopefully build a broader coalition with American people that we can turn the corner before November. And so it's remarkable. I mean, getting to know you and your family, Micah, the crew back there, and having America's Mayor sitting here each night with that razor sharp mind, and Mike Lindell. It's been great. So that's my takeaway. How about you, Joe?
The last 4 days have been very frustrating for me. I mean, I'm not going to lie. It's been frustrating because, one, today we got to sit in here with 50 families from Chicago that are Democrats. I mean, they literally drank the Kool-Aid and voted for their own demise for the last, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 decades. And nothing ever got better. And then I'm hopeful, because we walk outside and we have conversations about what put them in that position. And, there's hustlers that were here, guys that were trying to hustle me while they're actually talking to me, which is fascinating, because I came from a hustler environment, right, growing up. So it's like, I could see that. Yeah, this is crazy. And then one of them hustled Mike, and I'm like, Mike, you're being hustled. And he's like, I'm not being hustled. And then he comes by later, he's like, I just got hustled. I was like, I told you got hustled. But so there are parts of it that I get very hopeful about. And there's other parts that I look at and I just wonder, how do we get here? Like, how do we get to this place where a lie can so clearly be seen, but yet can fool the hearts of people? And it makes me angry. It makes me angry because if we don't get to a place where we shake ourselves out of it, we're going to find ourselves dead. And they keep telling us what they want, and they keep doing it. And over the last 12 of 16 years, we have had a very, very difficult time as Americans. And when Barack got into office in 2008, we had not a market depression or recession. We had a depression that they wouldn't even tell us the truth on then. They didn't tell us it was a depression. But we had massive things happen to people who died in despair because their entire life savings, they worked for 30 or 40 years, were thrown out like trash.
Yeah.
And so I look at what Americans are facing right now, and there's no common sense in the American spirit. There's no sense of fight. There's no sense of just easy to see direction, because the misdirection and the chaos is so thick. And when we point out things, like when Ted was on the street, when we point out things and we say, okay, what is it that they're on the right track? And they can't answer the question. They can't articulate an answer. I can sit here for hours and break down things that I spoke or taught or read or studied, over the last 4 years, the last 10 years. And people do not take the time to do that. And when you sit and talk to people like Alan Duke from fact checkers, from what was it called? Stories. The Facebook fact checkers. What are they called? Anyway, you sit and talk to him, and he tries to convince you that the intelligence apparatus knows exactly. There's 17 intelligence communities, knew all of that, but want to tell me that they have nothing to do with CNN and that Anderson Cooper is some great guy. So I've had some great enlightening conversations with people that, frankly, if we weren't talking about politics, I would love to have conversations with him. I could see myself, going and playing golf with him. I could see myself having conversations with him. But when you dig into the things that are happening with Democrats, it's demonic. And yet the media is starting to partially wake up to that. I can't really understand that a little bit. Maybe they think they went a little too far too fast and that this is going to result in a war in our country. Or maybe the people woke up and got a conscience. I don't know. I don't think they got a conscience.
No, there's a massive rebranding effort. They know they've gone too far. When you've got Chris Cuomo now trying to sound like he's reasonable, they know they've gone too far. There's a massive rebranding that's going on right now.
Well, then that means that there's kabuki theater, and that means that nothing in front of you is real, and that means they're lying about the elections, and that means if they're lying about the elections and they talk about voting, and they talk about it with such surety that they know that they don't talk about the reality, and they make up stuff about January 6th, and they lie about the fact that he was held liable for rape. He was not. And when they lie about President Trump and say it's a free and fair trial that saw him receive 34 felonies, and yet everyone saw that trial. Everyone saw there was law experts that came out and said this is garbage.
Yep.
So the more you stack on all of these things, the easier it should become for people to see that we are living a controlled life, that we are in the throes of institutional slavery.
Okay, so that's the bad.
Here's the good.
Let's hear the good.
Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. And I don't have to walk up a hill 2 miles being flogged and spit on and beaten, knowing that I have to hang from a cross and die for the sins of the world. I don't have to do that. All I have to do is protect my daughter and protect your daughter and your sons and my son and my wife and my brother and people I don't know. I have to be willing to do what is in 1 John 3:16, which is Jesus gave up his life. Therefore, I must be willing to give up my life for my brothers, which means for my brothers and sisters. I need to be willing to do that. And I'm willing to do that. And so I find great joy in, I just use the word joy as kind of a play on it, but really, I can crack jokes and have fun because I recognize the difference between good and evil. I can step away from this, and we should be able to step away from this and lift the burden of hopelessness off our shoulders and work the problem. And I think we are actually getting to a place where we are working the problem. There is a lot of progress we're making. We're not making it on the things that they keep us away from, but we are becoming hot when it comes to the courage of correcting the pathways and recognizing that evil is not just the Democrats, that we have those evil Democrats that are hanging out in the Republican Party. And this isn't about party. This is about Americans. And so I look at it and I go, after talking to people here, they're proud to be Americans. Even in their strife, even in the fact that they're not doing well. Many of them are not doing well. They're still proud to be Americans. And so I look at it and go, we're not lost. And the world's not lost. And Jesus is not, I wish that the churches would wake up, because Jesus is not going to come back tomorrow and have a second coming in the middle of a revival. So I actually believe that that maybe this is the dark point. The dark point was when President Trump, they took an assassination attempt against him. It looks like they might have taken another to try to swipe at him today. So we have a great amount of prosperity ahead of us if we can get back to restoration. And I'm committed to it. And I think that there are a lot of Americans that are committed to that restoration as well.
All right. Well, the last word goes to the next generation. So, Micah, thoughts on the week, and then you heard your pops. You got to pray us out.
It's been a crazy week, and I have to say, in all of, I'd say, the evil that we've seen, I've seen a lot of good as well. And I have a lot of hope. I think discussions like these, being here in Chicago, are important so that we can educate the next generation, so that we can educate each other and stand shoulder to shoulder, whether we agree or disagree. And I'm really hopeful to see what the future holds, one way or another.
Well, consistent with the Conservative Daily and Frank's speech tradition of prayer, would you do us the honor of praying us out?
This is a big one, huh?
I'm actually going to go back to my high school teacher had us memorize Psalm 27, which I think is really applicable.
Wow. Even better.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the path of righteousness for thy name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup overfloweth. Surely goodness and mercy will follow me all the days of life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
Amen. It doesn't get any better than that, Joe. It gets
I was
better than
amazed.
that.
I'm over here with the tingles. You get the little tingles that go over you. Yeah. So.
All right, folks.
That was amazing.
Thank you for joining us this week. Thank you for joining the Frank Speech family. We're going to keep building this, and thank you all. God bless. Good night.
God bless you.
Thanks.
Well done.